a dead end street, and it was poison wide roads and just empty.
2 hours away.
Make sure you subscribe to Artificial Fear on YouTube for their excellent song Unsolved Mysteries theme song metal version. And get ready, because after they faked that audio and got busted, they lost their minds. Welcome to the stream today, 1/9 of 2023. Of course, we're talking about the misinformation and exploiters around the Idaho situation here on YouTube. And yesterday, as you saw, not only did we debunk fake audio that the manipulators, that the people that are disrespecting the loss of life, the tragedy, all those, I can't go too deep in the beginning of the video, but you get what I'm saying? They put out the fake video. We showed the source. We showed where it really came from. We showed the date that it was really released. We showed that it wasn't even recorded within a 6,000-mile radius of where they said it was, or time. It was like not even in the same time frame they said it was. And because they were debunked and because they were exposed, do you think they took it well? Do you think they took being exposed for that fake audio and just went to their channel and apologized? Do you think that they stopped monetizing the audio? Do you think they deleted their video? Do you think they issued a retraction? Nope, they just went crazy. And ironically, the two people that monetized the audio the worst out of the YouTubers that we talked about, because there were additional YouTubers that did it, the two YouTubers who did it the worst, Molly GOLIGHTLY and BullHorn Betty, are now streaming as we speak right now in real time together. Molly got so mad, she went on a 9-hour spree-a-thon of psychosis over the fact that, she started to take her anger out on the victims. One of the victims, of course, that you guys know was in the affidavit, and Brian walked by them. Well, I've got the affidavit. I told you we would read it on the next stream. We are going to read the affidavit. Don't worry, though. We're going to go into some video clips before we get to reading that affidavit. So we're going to, entertain you a bit. Going to give you some entertainment. Going to give you some cringy clips. Going to give you some of those lulz you come here for. But we're also going to ask ourselves, how far will YouTube let this go? How far? We already know that the cities where these people go and cause these episodes, these things they do, these just unprofessional, disrespectful, nasty things they do, the cities have barred them. The cities are changing laws so they can't come. They tried to kick them out, of course. They've tried to keep them away. So the last place to really kick them out of would be social media, kicking people out that will exploit these issues. When is YouTube going to step up? When are we going to get an answer to the stuff that we sent YouTube? When will it be on the platform that if you get up on this platform and you willingly use fake audio, monetize the fake audio, claiming that it's the last moments of 4 young people's lives so you can make money off of it, and you're so bad at what you do and you're so disrespectful that you monetized it and spread it as if it was real without even fact checking it? When will people like that actually get struck in the very least? Why do they want partners like that on the platform? You can't talk about the current state of the world's health, if you get what I'm saying, without being demonetized and struck down. You can't talk about curse words. I can't curse anymore. But why is it that they can do something far worse while raking in tens of thousands of dollars and tens of thousands of views? Well, I guess we'll find out as time ticks on forward on the days of our live streams, special broadcast of the manipulation and cringe involving these people pretending to be reporters on the Idaho issue. Let's go hit it. And if you want to support me, I'm just a show. I'm not going to go out there and get you justice. All I'm going to do is attempt to entertain you, hopefully make you laugh, and maybe we'll talk about some stuff while we do it, right? I'm going through all this stuff and getting it ready so daily I can bring you and update you, save you a little time. If you enjoy this kind of cringe, I bring it to you. So if you want to support the show, because that's all it does, it only supports the show, paypal.me/UNIRock, like, subscribe, share, all that stuff, and Cash App is $UNIRACHEL, Patreon, UNIRock, all of that is in the description. Now let's go. See, I remembered to do it this time at the beginning. I always forget and then I gotta do it later. Now I don't gotta. Let's move, let's go, let's roll. Hey, get that off my screen. Get off my screen, Molly. You have mollied yourself, Molly. You mollied yourself with that fake audio. And of course, dang it, what did you do, Busy? Did you put Molly all over every part of my screen, for God's sakes? And because Molly mollied herself with this fake audio, of course, I can't wear this shirt. I'm going to take it off very quickly here. We've got to take a look at these clips. So let's first, now they're live right now. This is the Idaho 4 discussion. The two people who monetized the fake audio, Molly and Betty, are live. We're not going to go in and peek in on their live stream yet because we're interested in a very long live stream Molly did that was... Now it's gone, isn't it? Or maybe it was on her other channel. Okay, let me go to the Molly room. Supposedly I have all of this ready for me, so, you know, I'll go to the Molly room to get it instead. I've got a special report from News Nation involving Idaho. Also, we'll take a look at. Oh, it's on her live channel. Okay, great. I was hoping she didn't take it down. She did! She took it down! She blocked me! Why did you block me? You just blocked me, Molly. It was not, she just did this. She just did this while she was live. I just clicked on this not long ago. Hold on. Where's Cherie at? Hey, Cherie, can you jump into the gaming room really fast for me? Do you mind? If you don't want to be on stream, I understand, but can you jump in? I want to ask you, because I know you just looked at this video. How do you strike it? Well, YouTube has to do it. YouTube has to strike a channel. That would all be on YouTube. Yeah, it has nothing to do with me or anyone else. Yeah, Cherie, if you don't mind, if you want to jump in the gaming room, if not, it's fine. But I'd like to ask Cherie about this video being removed because it was just here. It was just freaking here. Don't worry, we've got some recordings. She does this stuff on purpose. She does this on purpose. But we're on the Live with Molly channel. Let's go over there. So she realized the pushback that she was going to get from doing that stream. And she freaking took it down. She freaking took it down. So let me talk to my mods here because we just checked and it was up. You know what? I bet she changed it when I scheduled this live. I bet you she went and moved it over to members only when I scheduled this live. Am I going to have to go join her damn channel? I don't even have the money to do it, so I can't. I would, honestly. I would join the channel for you. Well, she did it from the Live with Molly. I have the link right here. So here's the link. And of course, it's member-only content. 15 hours ago. 15 hours ago. And she streamed for like 8 hours and just lost her ever-loving mind. She did a lot of stuff that I'll tell you about, and I'll have to see if some of my mods can upload some clips for us for those things. Yep. We're gonna have to... that's fine, Cherie. Not a big deal. I can just tell everybody what happened anyway. We got a whole bunch of stuff to look at, so that's only one little part of it. So I guess we'll move on to step 2 while we wait for some clips, which is her live stream. Wait a minute. That was yesterday. This is now from right now. Now, this stream has been going on for a few hours, and she still carries forward some of the things that I want to show you. She still carries it forward. It was very cringe. Skip to my Lou. It was very cringe, and I wanted to bring you the parts and the timestamps of that cringe. But since it was a very long stream, it hadn't fully processed on YouTube yet. So I couldn't download the entire video. If I wanted to, I could have went in and recorded specific sections. But because just like 30 minutes ago, the video was still public, or maybe 45 minutes ago, it was still public, we didn't do that. And also, since she was live, we didn't think she would go in live, see that I scheduled a stream, and move it to members only. But let me tell you why she did that. Some of you are going to probably wonder why Molly just took her really long live stream, seeing that we started streaming, jumped over really quick and put it to members only. Because she did a few things in that stream that she's already retconned. She's already changed her mind completely on some of the things she did. So instead of, you know, this is kind of a blessing, because I didn't want to waste my time anyway, Molly. I didn't want to waste my time lolling and clicking through that garbage anyway. We'll go ahead and move on to the current stream you're doing and the stuff you've been saying earlier in that. But before that, let me tell you exactly what she did and why she wants to hide it from everybody. And it won't take long for the clip channels to start uploading that stuff anyway, so. Legato says you're costing her money and now she can't get ad money from anyone other than members. Exactly. Exactly. Well, it's the whole community. You know, Nonsense did a bunch of good streams too on what they've been up to and what she's been doing. Nonsense covered some really good stuff too. So one of the main things that Molly did that she doesn't want us to react to, she doesn't want us to put a focus on some things that she did in her 8-hour stream. But Molly, all this is going to do, Molly, just so you know, just so Molly knows, all you're going to do by doing this is allow us to stream later today or tomorrow on that topic, and we'll just go on to other topics that we need to talk about you. So all you're doing is postponing us reacting to that long stream. I will be bringing you the highlights of that long stream, even though Molly just tried to block us, okay? Because we're breaking. What in the world? No. Am I still live though? Okay. We just had a little OBS error, but we're still live, so it's okay. Okay. Now back to what I was saying. The first big point from that long breakdown, the meltdown she had that ironically started very quickly after she started to get a lot of heat for monetizing the fake audio of the Idaho situation. She got a lot of heat for this. And very quickly, she started to have a meltdown on her 8-hour stream. She decided that she was going to keep attacking the mother. And I mean, she ranted attacking the mother. If you guys have any observations from the long stream, type it in too. I've got 5 of the 8 hours. I have to upload it later, says Cherie. Just let me know when you do, Cherie, and we'll just go over that tomorrow. So I will have the highlights from the 8-hour stream tomorrow. She's live with BHB and Maori. I know, I saw that. I saw that, Peggy, definitely. But one of the main things, real quick, I don't want to get off point because you know I'll lose my track. One of the main things she did was attack the mother. She attacked the mother in a very look at this. Look at every time I pause Molly, every time I pause her, there's some craziness going on, right? So anyway, yes, she attacked the mother viciously for a very long period of time and had a lot of crazy things that she said. Also, in the 8-hour stream, which I believe with this new stream she's doing, so in the 8-hour stream, she said that the witness, remember the witness that saw Brian walk by, and some of you may wonder, where do we get that information from? We know the affidavit right here tells us all of the information along with an interview the witness did with the media, I believe. If it wasn't the witness that did it with the media got information from the police. But either way, the media has put out exactly what happened with that witness. We now know that the witness was on a different floor. The witness, I believe, was on the 3rd floor, and the event happened on the 4th floor. Now, Trisha says, Streamlabs, please, Is Streamlabs out? I will fix it, Trisha. And hey, guys, do me a solid. I want to set a donation goal. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of streamers have a little donation goal over there. I want to set it up, but I'm not going to put it on the screen till later. But I'm trying, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to have a donation goal over in the corner So if you want to donate to that goal, donate to the methods that are pinned at the top of the chat if you want to. It'd really help tonight, but you don't gotta. Optional, of course. Streamlabs, right? Streamlabs is down. Let me fix that for you, because I know you guys want to be able to. If Streamlabs isn't logged in, you guys won't get your rocks from watching. So hold on, let me fix Streamlabs while I tell you this. Now, in her 8-hour stream, she let me log in over here. Attacked the witness viciously, said that the witness was not a victim. This angered a lot of her viewers, her own viewers, and the people that watch her. And by the time that she started to go live today, she had completely switched what she was saying. So they were attacking the witness viciously. They were lying about the witness. They were saying that the witness actually walked by Bryant 3 times. That didn't happen. They were just giving massive amounts of misinformation in a mental breakdown of epic proportions and lying about the witness, and then using the lies they told about the witness to attack the witness. But when she went live then today later, she had, of course, as you know, taken down the 8-hour freak out and has completely changed her narrative, and now she supports the witness. She was wrong about the witness. So when she was having her big breakdown, she now is trying to appease. She's doing whatever she can. If she does and says something and her audience doesn't like it, she immediately deletes what she originally said, hides what she originally said, and then she goes and does a new stream where she says the opposite. And for someone like her to be able to just go back and forth like she does, it confuses the viewership. It makes people think that she thinks one thing and another big group thinks that she thinks another. But it also feeds misinformation to her viewers. And then those people go out and spread the misinformation as if it's real in real life, on social media, in the comments, and other places. And it causes a wave of misinformation. It does cause a form of, corruption or damage to the flow of information. And she's seen that it's so bad, that it's so damaging to her YouTube reputation, that she's taking measures in real time as a result of her freaking out and streaming for long periods of time over the audio getting debunked and her looking really bad for monetizing it. You guys see the where we're at there. So what I want to do is just skip through some of the stuff that she said and done. But I also want to show you, the fallout of us and everyone else, because it was a community effort. But the community debunked the audio that they said they had from the scene. And I want to show you the fallout from the debunking, because they go into full-on damage control mode when they get exposed. And a lot of people in their audience, along with the normal YouTube community, was very angry when they found out that people like Betty and Molly and other sources of misinformation are, of course, not just using the story and just disrespecting the story by doing what they're doing. But I know it's a little repetitious, but they're also there's only one thing that it means if you can't fact check, if you can't tell. Like a lot of people said, let me give you an example. Hey, when you shared that audio, why didn't you just not put it behind a paywall? Why didn't you just not monetize it? And why didn't you just tell people that it might be from the scene? Why did you guys lie and say that it was? Because there's no source other than Molly and Betty that would just go out and say that it was. Even if you went to TikTok and found an original source of that audio, that person just uploaded it and acted like it was real. So it's not like they had any kind of authoritative source. So that anyway, they got a lot of pushback. You get what I'm saying. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into it. I don't want to ramble. I mean, there's a lot going on, man. There's some meltdowns happening. So also, Betty also is going on to some kind of weird damage control reaction to what she did, right? So she's scheduled member-only discussion. Brian, what is wrong with him? Well, mental health illness, bipolar, schizophrenia, sociopath. Brian Koberger evidence discussion. Brian Koberger family, are they strange? And does this explain why we are here? Twisted siblings. Betty is attacking the family too, right? Members only discussion. The sister at the scene. Truth or fiction? Well, it was fiction. It was fiction according to our sources, Betty. The sister wasn't at the scene. That the person that did not even look like the sister, if you just zoomed in on them, they had completely different noses and completely different lips. The sister had very thin upper lip and a very big lower lip. The person at the scene did not. The sister has a different kind of nose than the person at the scene. So is it the sister? I mean, I guess she could have gotten her lips done and her nose done, and it could be the sister, because they do mildly look like each other. But we also have gone out and tried to find more information on Brian's family from normal sources, and we just can't find it. So we don't know where Molly and Betty are getting their information that the family members of Brian are twisted, are sick, are just as bad as him. But do you recall what I played yesterday? Justin and Molly both told all of us that Brian's mother and sister knew he was going to do this and didn't stop him. So they are generating just loads of misinformation, loads of information that just has no source. It doesn't have a source because it comes from them. They make it up because they need in every story to attack the family. They need to have a member of the story to directly attack. And I said this with the Dre situation, and I said it with the other stories they've skirted by since Dre, and I'm going to say it again now. They attack the family because it is a method, not because it's the truth. They do it so they have an easy target who is, they know, because these people are dealing with the fallout from what Brian did to their own family. They now aren't going to have the time and resources to be able to sue or press charges or go after Molly or Betty. And it's why they choose the people they do. I could go through every single story they go at and show you family members. Remember the protest? They were protesting the family members, not the actual bad guy. Just like this story, just like every other story. Breaking, Idaho 4 leaked audio. BullHorn Betty is leaving her stream where she put the fake audio onto her stream at 1 hour and 40 minutes in the most suspect way you could ever think. She was pausing it every second. She was talking in between every noise that was made in the audio, because I do believe she knew it was fake and did this anyway. And instead of them, they're live, and they're blowing up, and they're having these meltdowns, and they're acting crazy, deleting videos really quick, you know, changing what they're saying and stuff. But they don't have time to address the fact that they are monetizing the fake audio. They haven't told their audience it was fake. They're okay with their entire fan base and whoever clicked on this video being faked out, being lied to. They are okay with this. And I bet you if YouTube comes after them, I bet they're going to use a defense. Their defense is going to be, YouTube, you can't get us in trouble for this because the audio wasn't from a murmur. The audio was from a DV situation. That's going to be their defense, that the audio is fake. But they can't even tell their audience that the audio is fake. They can't. Yeah, Betty is making way too many videos, and the videos that Betty makes are nonsensical, have no point. She's not even talking to any kind of real breakdown or any kind of real anything. It's just blah, 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 right? So I've shown you that Betty and Molly both have not taken a single step to fix the faked audio. We've shown you they're having breakdowns after the faked audio. And ironically, they're both on stream right now. This is Betty and this is Molly after faking the audio. And for some reason, they won't tell their audience that it's fake. Now, if they do tell their audience that the audio was fake, if they make a statement about it, let me know. Because we've looked. We've tried to find it. We've had people watching her 8-hour freakout stream and recording it. We will have video of it very soon. And we've had people watching this current one. And we haven't got that yet. If you have it, give me a timestamp, okay? We're going to go ahead and let's listen to a little bit of what they're saying now. And then go back and show you what Molly did in the beginning of this stream. Then we'll get into some of the other stuff we want to look at. Remember, tonight we are going through the affidavit. After we give you an update and let you really, make up your mind about what's going on with the faked audio and how they're exploiting the situation, we are going to go in and read the affidavit. And I'm going to do a very censored reading of it, so you don't have to worry, because I'm going to censor things that need to be censored again. Because the whole point of my show is to cover the people that are exploiting or just being cringy around the subject. I'm not here to really report on the subject as much. I do need a little bit of the information, though, to be able to do what I do. And we want to know, when we read this affidavit, what happened with the witness so that we can apply what Molly and Betty and them have been saying about the family and the witness and ask ourselves if it is truthful in any way. We already know that Molly has lied her ass off about the witness today, just to be clear with you guys. But that's where we're at. So let's go ahead and get started.
Reiterate and put out there in case it
it is,
been said in a hot minute. Listen, Betty has been kicking ass through this entire thing. She is
Navy.
a champion.
Hey, what's up, dude? Shit, I didn't think you'd be in this early.
Well, it was a little bit in between. I thought you were going to go live earlier, and I was like, man, I'm not going to be able to make it, say I gotta do stuff. But I saw you live now, and I was like, hey, I'm going to jump on.
Hell yeah, man. Well, you're welcome as long as you want to, because I'd actually like to ask you some stuff before we get going. So guess what she did to us, Navy? Guess what she did? Molly was live, and she did a 9-hour breakdown, like complete manic, insane breakdown after we debunked her audio and exposed her for monetizing fake audio to make money off of the victims. And when we were leading up to this stream, we spent a lot of time kind of going through and prepping for it. And we had everything ready. And from the time that we scheduled the stream and got ready to go, 20 minutes later, I go live, and Molly must have got the notification, and she goes over to her freakout stream and privates it or puts it on member only to block us. Now we have it. We're just going to have to wait for it to be uploaded. But yeah, she tried to block us. Pretty funny, right?
You know she's freaking out because it's 9 hours long. You know she just cried and yelled the entire time.
Oh, yeah. We're live right here so that you can see what we're looking at. Let's take a look at what they're saying right now. This is them live at the moment.
A shocked face. The man walked toward the sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the mail. DM did not state that she recognized the man. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene.
Okay, so basically you've got Molly and Betty pretending that they're covering this story. Pretending they're not just BSing. They're just pretending to cover the story is how it's sounding again.
Nothing about PTSD. Nothing about childhood trauma. Nothing about she was in a shocked state for hours and why she couldn't call 911. None of that is in here. So whoever's feeding you that nonsense is feeding you nonsense, because that is exactly verbatim from the affidavit.
And of course, let's not forget the other lady downstairs that we're also expected to believe that is also frozen into a statue somewhere downstairs.
Okay, so it seems like they're complaining about the witnesses, the other victims of this situation who didn't get slayed, and they're criticizing them. I don't know if the audience wants to help us. Alf says I was prior law enforcement before going into the medical field, and I would have arrested them for impeding an investigation, says Alf. You know, I wish somebody would, Alf. I really do. I wish that these guys wouldn't be able to get away with this garbage. Honey, will you throw me my other hat? I don't know. I'll find it. But yeah, type into the chat what you've heard them doing recently if you've seen what they're doing, okay? Because this is just ridiculous, Navy. This is ridiculous. They are taking limited information from an affidavit and they're going in and trying to whip people into a frenzy with their judgments they're making, and it's just nutty, right? Would you think we can even go off the affidavit, or do you think we should wait for more information? You think people should make, great judgments off of minor details from it? Because I don't think we should. I think we should only take the major information.
Well, one of the things that we're learning is that the cops are starting to figure out what's going on with these online sleuths, right? And so the cops may release things like the affidavit, and it's going to be redacted. There's going to be things that are in it that they're not going to show. And we have to realize that the cops are going to be more likely to keep things close to the vest. And normally in an investigation, especially one like this, it's so important that any misstep and this monster can get off, right? They're not going to want to release anything, and they're not going to release everything. So the problem is, I wish they would understand that doing this is what's getting people sued. The stuff that they're doing right now, like going after these witnesses, going after whoever, that is what's going to get you in legal, like civil and legal trouble.
Yeah,
is making these accusations.
My thing is, what is with them putting so much of a focus on judging how these people handled things when we don't really know everything yet? They're acting as if the victims that were there should have just made a bunch of overarching assumptions and acted differently. Now, I can respect people doing that if they're given all the information, if they really know everything that happened, and if they expect people, like, let's say that the Daryl or whatever, I don't want to use names, witness number one. Let's say witness number one actually did not call the police. It's hard for me to believe that because she was on floor 3 when things happened on floor 4. And according to what I've read, now again, don't judge me, don't argue with me on this. We're going to read the affidavit in just a little bit together. And we're going to watch a news broadcast that'll break this all down for us, where the witnesses were. But they, according to the news, the people that survived were on different floors. They were on a completely different floor. So this seems like a bigger building. It seems like they all were in different rooms, maybe small apartments, or maybe it was like almost like an Airbnb kind of situation, not totally. But either way, this is the problem. I don't know this. I don't know the details. Finding out these details would answer whether we should have expected witnesses to call the police, or they should have acted, or they should have checked on someone. And there are many reasons why someone wouldn't have in this kind of situation. So that's the point. It's not that you can't make the judgment. Of course you can. But do you make the judgment by assuming large amounts of information when you can just wait a short amount of time and have the information? Now, we all know why they're doing it. They're doing it because it's the only thing they can do. They're limited now after Brian was picked up. They've been cut off of a lot of the kind of antics and protesting and misinformation that they normally do to monetize these stories. So now they take anything that's out there, they scan it and look for anything they can outrage about, and they go out and whip their audience into that frenzy because that's what makes them money.
Oh, yeah. Her statements aren't even in here outside of the one thing that I had a problem with, and her being the person that corroborated Xana and Ethan being at the Sigma Chi party until 1:45. We were told by law enforcement early on in this case that they were at a separate location, that none of the...
So that's my point. Why are you even getting mad about what law enforcement said early on? Right? She's sitting here like, we were told this early on, and then we find out this, and that's why I have a problem and I'm mad. Why are you having a problem and getting mad? The details of a case changes as they get more details and investigate the case. Jesus H. Christ in heaven. What in the world? You get me?
It's this idea, and we saw this with the interview that Betty did the other day, that we showed the other day on stream, was that she basically insinuated to the reporter that they know more than the cops because we're out here because there's some stuff going on. And now she's doing it again. And anyone who's ever watched this stuff, that watches true crime, knows that the beginning of a case, the later on the case, in the middle of the case, the end of the case, things change all the time. This is
exactly.
This is just them yelling.
Let me interrupt you, because Dead says, I also mentioned when I lived with Kingster, seeing someone I didn't know in a mask in the house was not unusual. Exactly. Amanda says they are over there right now. So right now they're live blaming the victim. It's absolutely disgusting. I don't know how anyone can watch these sick people. Remy says cops have the right to lie. Get over it. They will not jeopardize this. And there's now a gag order. Remy, there's a gag order now. There is a gag order, because I heard there was going to be one, or there might be one. So can you confirm that in the chat for me? Solo MC says Justin was in the chat disagreeing with them. No wonder Molly didn't have him on the panel. I can at least give Justin props for that. I hope he gets his ass up there and sets them straight on this. But I kind of hope he doesn't, because oh my God, is it cringy and funny watching them pretend to know what they're talking about. They are exposing just how little they know about this process with every sentence that comes out of their mouth. They are exposing just how little they've studied this, just how little experience they have. And most people who start to report and start to be a true crime reporter or someone that gives you information on these things have loads of experience, right? I am hesitant to cover a lot of these stories. Many of you get mad at me because you want me to, and I try to back away from it. Constantly, I'm fighting it. And I have over 8 years covering these kind of stories and reporting daily on this platform. And I'm still, you know, hesitant. And we fact check all day and all night. Navy can attest to this. It gets boring sometimes just how much we fact check things before we come at you. You know what I mean, Navy? Do you think they're even slightly doing what we do to any degree over there? Or you know what I mean?
No, because they think that their assumptions and their opinions on things are more important than the facts, because it allows them to create this wild story, this wild conspiracy that the cops aren't doing their jobs, they're hiding something, or you know, this deviousness is happening, and they're the only ones that can see it, and they're going to expose it and bring it to the, you know, all their viewers and stuff. So like and subscribe and send us money, because we're going to find out the truth, right?
And you know, it's so true. Cash Gurnon, hey, how are you doing? Justice Family Organization, good to see you here. Yes, a gag order request is in. Awesome. Everyone's confirming it. Remy, Linda, everyone's confirming that the gag order for the police is in. Good. Great. You know, I get what the police are trying to do. They think of us. They think of the family. They want to give us details because they want us to be relieved. They want to give a bit of calmness. They want to give people the safety that this person has been apprehended and they're doing everything they can. And people like this are the ones that are creating chaos in these kind of stories, where it's already one of the most horrible kind of stories we can constantly have. And they find them, they pick them, they create chaos, and then they monetize it. Let me check the chat real fast. Let's see. Can we get a gag order on those arseholes? I wish. That'd be nice. Okay, let me play a little more of this, and we'll see what happens.
Where we're at, and that they arrived home around 1 o'clock. So how in this affidavit can, BF corroborate that Xena and Ethan were at the Sigma Chi party until 1:45 if she was in another location and returned?
It's called a cell phone, you dingus. They know each other. They are friends. They live in the same building, for God's sake, and they have each other's phone numbers. What are you talking about?
Returned home at 1 o'clock. That's another thing that confuses me with the.
You get confused over anything. You are confused daily. Look at the videos you upload, Betty. Your uploads, you get confused by the cleaning crew coming in and out of a scene. That confuses you, Betty. So it's no wonder you're getting confused about every other thing said in the affidavit. I'm so confused over basic details. What's a cell phone? How do these newfangled machines, these newfangled contraptions work, Molly? It's like, what are you talking about? You use one all the time.
I think these girls were in fear of their own lives.
They didn't know. What do you mean? They didn't know. we got to read the affidavit, Navy. Do you want to do that now? Do you think it'll help us react to their dingusness if we go through it real quick?
We can do the one thing that they're not doing, which is actually reading the affidavit. Yes.
Okay. Exhibit A, statement of Brett Payne. The below information is provided by Brett, who's duly appointed qualified acting peace officer with the county of Lada, state of Idaho. I will skip certain words due to this being YouTube. I will censor this and I'll let you know what I'm saying. So if you want to read the affidavit, you can get it online just by searching it. I will try to share the link on Twitter at UNIRocktv after the stream, just so you can find it easier, at UNIRocktv on Twitter. But here we go. So this guy's appointed by the Moscow PD in the official capacity of corporal. He's been trained and qualified peace officer for 4 years, and he's being assisted by members of the Idaho PD. So on November 13th, 13 at approximately 4 p.m. or 1600, Moscow Police Department, MPD, Sergeant Baker responded to King Road to assist with the scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 incidents. Upon our arrival, the forensic team was on scene and preparing to process. MPD Smith, one of the official responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. They entered the residence through the bottom floor door on the north side. They walked upstairs to the second floor. Smith directed me down the hall to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room. It was Xana's room. Okay, so they entered into Xana's room, which I later learned was Xana's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodles, laying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased with the wounds which appeared to have been caused by edged weaponry. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds later determined sharp force injury. I then followed Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonzalez, so Kaylee. Hereafter, Gonzalez's room, Kaylee's room. I later learned from the review of Nunez's body camera there was a dog in the room when Moscow PD initially responded. The dog belonged to Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend, Jack. I found out from my interview with Jack on November 13 that he and Kaylee shared the dog. Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. The bathroom shared a wall with Madison, hereafter Madison bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered the bedroom, I could see 2 females in a single bed in a room. Both Kaylee and Mogan were, Gonzalez and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-bar and USMC and the eagle, globe, and anchor insignia stamped on the outside. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, the suspect's profile, on the button snap of the knife sheath. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were concluded by Moscow PD officers, Idaho State PD, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included BF and DM. Both BF and DM were inside King Road at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of the evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, and Navy, you can stop me anytime you want if you got any observations, because we're getting into it right now.
Okay.
Okay, Chapin and Kernoodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus from approximately 9 p.m. on the 12th to 1:45 a.m. on the 13th. BF also estimated that approximately 1:45 a.m. Chapin and Kernoodle returned to King Road residence. 1:45. So Betty being confused about this, I have no clue. It's right here. I don't know how she's confused by it. She's just loopy or something. She needs to learn to read and retain information. I don't know. Also, they stated Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest of Kernoodle. Gonzalez and Mogan were a local bar, corner club. Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on video provided by the corner club between 10 and 1:30. Approximately 1:30 a.m., Gonzalez and Mogan can be seen on a video at a local food vendor called Grub Truck. They give the address. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the stream platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. The video was captured by law enforcement. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Gonzalez and Mogan at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the club Grub Truck to King Road. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms, by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernoodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported the information. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the south side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonzalez playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. So this is kind of important. So DM heard this noise upstairs. So they're downstairs. They hear the noise upstairs, okay? Later, DM said that she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed this could have been Kernoodle, as her cellular phone indicates she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at 4:12 a.m. Approximately 4:12. I want to make sure I say that. Approximately 4:12. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Colonel's room. DM said she heard a male's voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen, kind of shocked phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of suspect video, as described below, leads investigators to believe that the incidents occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then amino black, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print shows a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type sole shoe just outside the door of DM's bedroom located on the second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of King Road. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from early morning hours of November 13 in the area of King Road residents and surrounding neighborhoods in an effect to locate the suspect or suspect's vehicle traveling to or leaving from King Road. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that we obtained. A review of camera footage indicates that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indiana Hills Drive at Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained in the neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29, ending at 4:20. These sightings show the vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes at the King Road residence and then leaves via Walnutta Drive. Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during the time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th and approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 King Road. Okay, I'm going to skip. So the vehicle stuff and where it's traveling, we're just going to go ahead and skip past it because I don't think it's going to help what we're looking for. But, you know, basically they have a lot of video of them traveling. Let me skip it. Suspect vehicle 1, access to video footage, approximately white sedan, suspect vehicle, campus cameras, showing Moscow and Pullman. Area law enforcement to be on the lookout for the white Hyundai Elantra. The same day, looking for a white Hyundai Elantra. Further investigators include a review of Duke's body cam reports that show Cohenberger was detained at a traffic stop. Cohenberger was detained by WSU police officer. More about the car. Cohenberger is driving a 215 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th. A license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Part of the investigation, they obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices. After determining that Cohenberger was associated to both 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query did not show the 8458 phone utilized cellular tower close proximity. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular telephones off prior to going into a location to commit a crime. It's done by subjects in effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area when a crime was committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will survey an area they intend to commit crime prior to the date of the crime. Okay. So they got the records for the phones, records for more phones. Then they more stuff about records and phones. Stuff about records and phones. More phone records. And this is a possible route based off of cellular device location. Just so you can see it. I don't necessarily know what it means, but investigators found the phone did connect to a cell tower. Okay. Historical records from a phone, a lot of stuff about the phone. This is all proving that he's in these areas and doing these things. Doesn't help us with what happened. So I think that's it.
Well, and that's the thing, right? And so Skip to Malou in the live chat reminded everybody too that this is just an affidavit for an arrest warrant, right? So what the officer's going to do is put in enough information that allows them to obtain an arrest warrant. It's not going to be all the information. It's not going to be super detailed with everything that they have, because that's not meant just for the arrest warrant. That's going to be gone to the prosecutor for everything else when they actually have the trial, right? Yep. So there's going to be stuff in there that's not going to be in there. It's going to be initial statements and aspects, and this is what makes us believe in good faith that this person has something to do with it, is now a suspect, and we need to, detain them, right?
Yeah, exactly. So let's go back to what we just heard about these two witnesses, and I guess there's two people that were in the house that were not injured or not attacked, and those two people, one of them is the woman who had the suspect walk by her. And I'm sorry guys, but after what I'm reading here, I just don't agree that we should make, and this might be a hot take, if you disagree with me, tell me why and let's talk about it. I respect your position. I don't think it's appropriate to judge any of these actions by the people. Let's just focus on the one who saw him walk by. I wouldn't have called the cops either, unless I would have called the cops if it was unusual for visitors to be going in and out in that time in the house. But according to what was said by this person, I don't think that they saw something that was indicative of danger or indicative of a murder to make them call the cops. You see what I'm saying? Please tell me in the chat if you disagree so that we can talk about it, change our minds. What do you think, Navy, from what we've read? What do you think?
I think that, so, I mean, anyone who's ever gone to college, if you've ever partied at a frat house, right, and all this kind of stuff, there's people going in and out of there all the time. The aspect that one of the witnesses says that, you know, it's not like she was playing with her dog, you know, which is not an uncommon thing. And your mind's going to go, when you hear something, 9 times out of 10, your mind is going to go to whatever you can easily associate it with, right? So, for instance, like pew-pews and like car backfiring, right? Okay, depends on where you live is what you're going to associate it with. Or, you know, something maybe bad happening, but it sounds more like what you're used to hearing, which is them playing with the dog or whatever, or people being in the house doing stuff.
Yeah,
you're
think
not
about
going
it
to
like
associate
this.
it automatically. Yeah.
Well, no, yeah. What about the amount of times they've thought, oh my God, is something wrong, and then looked out or went and looked and everything was fine, right? Is this any different than that? If we take away what happened and let's say that what they heard was all that happened, and they did call the cops, it would have been a waste of time, right? And that might be why they didn't call. Now, I'm not saying we can't judge them, because that's what they're doing. They're judging these people, trying to shame them, trying to make them feel bad because they didn't save their friends. That is very destructive. It's one of the main reasons why I'm careful to try and warn everyone reacting to this case not to do it now and wait until we have more information, because then we may know that they actually did do what Molly and her friends are at this very moment, while live right now, saying we should do, which is judge them, which is be nasty to them and attack them when they themselves are literally dealing with their friends being brutally ended like this. And that is tearing them up inside. They're very depressed. They're not happy right now. They're not going through anything good right now. And they're not from what we know right now, they didn't do anything wrong, for God's sakes. They're a victim of Brian. They are also a victim of Brian. This dude came into where they live, their secure area where they're supposed to feel safe. They're supposed to feel like they're not going to be hurt in their home. They don't have to be on edge there. They don't have to worry about this stuff there. And he has completely violated them along with the people that he did this to. Brian just violated the people that survived a lesser degree than he violated the others. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And imagine this too, right? So you're this witness, the one that BK walked past, right? You're now realizing that you were face to face with the guy who did this. That's what they're thinking, right? Who the main suspect and what happened to your friends. And they walked right past you, and you're like, take that in for a moment, on top of having to remember everything that happened in time and then search everything out through the emotions and all this kind of stuff. Plus the grieving
how
aspect,
depressed they have
shock.
to be. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, dear God, they got to be going through hell right now.
Survivor's guilt on top of that.
Imagine they go online. Imagine they're online. Imagine they're like, people do that, y'all. People do go online and watch live streams and click videos from these kind of events after they've experienced them. It's highly probable they've seen, because of how much these people spam videos and spam their stuff, the judgments that have been made against them. It's very likely. I mean, I'm not saying it's just as likely as it is unlikely, is what I'm saying. These are public platforms. It's easy to search and find these videos. It's easy to hear about them. If you go to Reddit, if you go to places, there are people complaining about what these guys are doing, and that could lead them, if they search their own name, or if, thank you, phishing, that if they search their own name, if they, whatever, to finding it, right? Let's hear more of what they're saying now that we have all the data. Got me?
Okay, so two things right fast. One, because of the age that these kids are, they're more likely to see stuff on YouTube, Reddit, social, Instagram, and things of that nature, right? Because they're plugged into it. Number two, just to let you know, I have dropped into general an article on the gag order itself, and apparently an article that has the audio of the judge issuing the gag order.
Let's hear it. You want to hear it now?
Case.
All right, let's hear this really quick.
It should be the very bottom one. So.
Yep. Got it. Oh, wait, wrong one. I went to the wrong. I got another article we'll look at, but it wasn't in general here. Hold on. Okay, let's hear this really quick, and then we'll jump over and hear what they're saying.
Breaking news into our newsroom in the last few minutes. The man accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students is on his way back to Idaho. 28-year-old Brian Kohberger waived his right to an extradition hearing in Pennsylvania yesterday. CNN confirmed with the jail that he is no longer in custody there and has been handed over to Pennsylvania State Police. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home in eastern Pennsylvania on December 30th. Investigators say they linked his DNA to the home where the students were killed. An FBI surveillance team tracked the 28-year-old suspect for several days before his arrest. A judge in Latah County has issued a court order preventing Idaho law enforcement, attorneys, and the prosecutor from commenting at all on the case. More information will only be released through court documents when the suspect appears before a judge in Idaho.
I wonder why. Why, Navy? Why do you think they did this? I think it could be related to the press release where they bitch about online people. It could be related. What do you think, chat? Well, I'm going to ask you guys really quick with a poll. Yeah, go ahead.
I think one of the things that the judge is doing, which makes sense, is that they're preventing things from coming out in press releases and things like that can get misconstrued and turned into crazy harassment online. And so the judge just said, in order to prevent any of this from happening, because we're already starting to see it happen, we've seen it in these other cases, I'm just going to issue a gag order so that nobody's allowed to release anything, which actually I would think is a kind of a relief to the prosecutor, to the cops, to everybody involved, because now there's not going to be, the press can't come and keep asking them for updates and stuff because they've been ordered by a judge not to say anything. So I think that's going to help a lot with what, Molly and her, band of misfit morons are doing, is to keep them from being able to speculate as much and do all this kind of stuff and claim things were leaked or whatever, because there's now a gag order. So if someone does leak something, they are legally liable.
Yeah. Kohberger defense behind gag order request in Idaho murders. New batch of court docs reveal. The court defense attorney for University of Idaho mass shooting suspect Kohberger filed request to halt the scheduled December 30 crime scene cleanup and backed a gag order restricting public comment on the case. Newly unsealed court documents reveal Friday. Prior to Kohberger's arrest, after a raid on the parents' house in Pennsylvania, Moscow police announced a crime scene remediation crew would begin work removing potential biohazards and other harmful substances from collect evidence from the King Road. Prior day, Judge Megan Marshall signed off an arrest warrant. Less than 12 hours later, state police and the FBI burst into the house. That morning, across the country, public defender Ann Taylor was provisionally appointed to the case. A pair of filings. Taylor invoked her client's Fifth Amendment rights and asked the court to preserve the crime scene and evidence. A crime scene cleanup crew arrived at King Road and began preparing to remediate the home. Workers entered 15 minutes, and a team of investigators for the defense were seen at the house examining evidence. These are the investigators for the defense, and there's who they think is the sister. That's who they say the sister is right here. So this is actually Taylor and a team of investigators for the defense were seen at the house examining evidence that remained behind weeks after police carried out the victim's belongings. Defense attorney Ann Taylor joins investigators during a visit to King Road scene. The house was scene of the issue. The victims were students. So yeah, what do you think? Because these guys are all trying to say that this is the sister of Brian Kohberger with the defense attorney Ann Taylor at the scene. This article is saying that these are investigators. Betty and Molly are saying that this is the sister.
Well, and like I said, I think when we did the whole video on Molly like covering the cleaning crew, right? One of the things that I said is that the only way that they would stop this is if the defense team actually came out with like their own investigative team and they wanted to go look at stuff before it got taken away, which apparently is what has happened. Right.
Sure.
And so no, it would never be the sister. They're just it's like who is it? Blowhard saying that she's got a picture of BK, right? Is it him? Is it not him? Was I there in the same, was I on the same earth as him? What?
So basically, in order for us to believe Molly and Betty, then we have to believe the sister has been hired by the defense as an investigator.
Which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. On top, they just keep coming out with the dumbest stuff.
Taylor and her office ignored requests for comment. Around 3:45, the court revealed a request for gag order, barring lawyers for both sides and other authorities from commentating with the public about the case. Despite the order, details from the investigation are expected to come to light in court proceedings, the first of which from a 19-page probable cause affidavit unsealed Thursday, just minutes before Kohberger made his appearance, Judge Marshall, which I believe is not... We read an affidavit. There's one with less pages. There's one with more pages. I think we read the one with less pages. I'm not sure, just so you know. That's what we just read. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. Thompson told reporters during the briefing, please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what's being said. Marshall ordered Kohberger held with no bail. Kohberger was studying for a PhD in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology. He had a master's in the subject from DeSales University, and as part of a project there, asked Reddit forum for ex-cons if anyone wanted to take part in a study into how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. All right. So, let's hear now that we have a little bit of clarity, what the hell these guys are trying to say.
Possibly that killer coming back to get them. And I really think definitely that their parents would have been. I think it's a valid possibility as to why they were one of the reasons as to why they were trying to say, I heard nothing, I saw nothing at the.
Okay, so now this is only like 10-15 minutes ago or something. They're trying to say that the two witnesses lied to the police because they didn't want the police to know that they were scared, right? That's what they just said. They're trying to frame these two witnesses as liars to the police to save their own hides, is what I just heard.
Yes. Yeah, they're claiming that these people had something to do with it directly. And that's why their stories don't make sense or whatever.
She's saying that the witnesses are scared that they will have, I think she just said the family or something, but she could have meant Kohberger come after them if they told the truth to the police.
Back to get them.
Oh yeah, let's hear it again.
Me with the affidavit.
Oh, we know you're confused, Betty. We know. You're confused every day. Is that a cleaning crew? Let's film them.
I think these girls were in fear of their own lives and possibly that killer coming back to get.
Okay, so Betty and Molly and their guest says, I just read Kathy's comment, that's why I said Kathy. They're saying that the reason the two witnesses didn't tell the police more details about what they saw and heard is because they were scared this guy was going to come back and get them.
And I really think definitely that their parents would have been. I think it's a valid possibility as to why they were one of the reasons as to why they were trying to say, I heard nothing, I saw nothing at the very beginning and try to separate themselves from any of this.
They didn't hear anything, though. They didn't see anything. That's the point. Unless they are lying, they didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. Also, it also is backed up. There is also evidence in the affidavits that backs up what the two witnesses are saying, because there was a camera. One of the neighbors had a camera that was very close to the window of one of the victims. Okay. And in the affidavit, it says that camera only picked up a dog barking and then a thud. A loud thud after a dog was barking. That camera didn't pick up. They don't say that camera picked up a bunch of other noises, right? So what I'm trying to say is, do we believe that witnesses that were floors underneath what happened would have heard more than what a camera heard just 30 feet outside of the window? Christina says, no, they're scared, but they didn't lie to the popo. They simply asked the police not to say nothing for the time being. Christina, trust me, I appreciate you donating that. I know. Isn't it crazy, Christina? Good Lord. Jessica says they were frightened. Stop blaming victims. Absolute gutter trash, woefully ignorant, blemishes on the human species. I know, they just want to, they always have to attack and shame someone directly related. It's what they do. It's how they get their clicks. It's how they get their live streams done. They blame, they attack, or they blame someone direct, always related to an extreme tragedy. Just like with Dre, just like with the last story in where they protested, and just like now.
But wouldn't you believe that if the assailant that could so easily go into a house and slaughter people within 9 minutes?
What do you mean so easily? What are you saying? That it's hard or something? Is that what you're saying? That if any of us tried to do that, that it would be like the most difficult thing ever or something? Technically, I mean, getting yourself hyped to do it or willing to do it, that would be very hard. Actually doing it, though, the process of it would be simple, and it wouldn't take more than a minute or two. What are you talking about? How long do you think it takes for this to happen? It takes 30 seconds or something. 4
of them to death.
Well, it's not like he's breaking into a house that's owned by a family or something. This is a party house. Like, I remember, like,
it's a house that he could just
unlocked.
walk into. Yeah, it was unlocked. He didn't have to break in. And he went right up to their rooms and went right into the rooms because he knew these people. And he knew them, and they wouldn't date him. And I'm going off of what Molly and them say, so I should be careful because God knows.
Wouldn't you think that would even give you more of a reason for you to want to call law enforcement so he doesn't do that to you?
What are you talking about? Why would they call law? You still won't tell us why these witnesses should call law enforcement. You read the same affidavit that I read.
Oh.
Why? Can't they just say it maybe right now? The reason the witnesses should have called law enforcement right then is because, and then tell us why.
Yes.
You know?
Because
they don't do that.
Going off of what the witnesses, they didn't hear, like, they're like, I didn't hear anything. Maybe what it really was is partially them telling the cops, hey, don't release it. We said anything because we're afraid. And 2, at first, when they're like, did you hear anything? We didn't hear anything out of the normal, right? She heard what she thought was her girl playing with her dog. And then
we have evidence, too. We've got the evidence. And do you notice that this is them working together? Because Betty is piggybacking off of whoever this is. This person says they lied about what they heard. They heard way more than what they said. And then Betty says, yeah, and if they heard way more than what they said, they should have called the cops and saved their friends, right? They're just miserable people. This is gross.
How do you know? You are
that's
not
what I
part
want
of
to
the
know.
investigation, crazy person. You are not in this. You're just making. Oh, well, they must have known more because you know what? I know they just caught the guy, but you know this team of crack sleuths or whatever, you know, brains on the ground has figured it out already. We solved the crime. No need for a court case.
Brains on the ground. I love it. You almost made me choke on my V8 juice. Brains on the ground.
Yes. Like, I would be so fearful that he would be coming back to the house. I would want somebody there with a badge and a freaking gun before he gets to me.
What are you talking about, though? They didn't see anything out of the normal to call the cops. They aren't Brian. They didn't do anything wrong. Now, again, based off of the information we have, they didn't do anything wrong. I just read you the information that we have. I don't see anything in this affidavit that says that they knew someone had been attacked. They knew someone had been hurt. Nothing. And again, the audio from the camera just 30 feet away from the window where the murders occurred didn't even pick up anything, which confirms that these women that were floors below the murder. This is the third. I just read it with my own eyes. Here, Betty, I'll draw it for you. I will draw it for you with a more professional picture than all of the professionality in your channel combined. Here's the house. Okay? Right here alone is more professional than Betty. Here's the first floor with the first floor windows. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor. Now, I'm pretty sure that the murmurs happened on the 4th, and the person who heard it was on the 3rd. And the camera, so here's another house near it, and there was like a recording camera here that was near, or maybe it was a little higher, but there was a recording camera 30 feet from this window where the murmurs occurred, okay? So if you're here, if you're like over here, you're on the 3rd floor, and the murmurs happen right here, the cameras over here do not pick up any noise, then I think it confirms that this person didn't hear any noise either. Right? You follow me? So we need Betty or Molly or whomever this is to tell us why they believe these victims, these witnesses, are actually guilty of not getting their friends help. They're trying to make it sound like these people went and cowered and let their friends bleed out, waited until their friends were gone, and then called the cops. That's what Betty and her friends want us to believe.
That moment, absolutely. See, that's what I'm not in that moment. That's what makes no sense to me. That's what's like
Nothing makes sense to you guys. You realize every single freaking thing you guys cover. Instead of you going out and studying what happened and coming with sense, you just go live with no sense and act a fool.
call bullshit. There's some bullshitty behaviors going on because in that moment, you're not just.
So again, they're saying that the witnesses who are also victims of Kohlberg are what'd she say? Bullshit? They are bullshit?
There's some bullshitty behaviors going on because in that moment.
Bullshitty behaviors from the victims. The victims are having bullshit behaviors. Are you kidding me? This is gross. This is sick. Y'all are sick. You three are sick.
Moment, you're not just going to retreat to your bedroom and just.
This is like, isn't this House of Williams or something like that? Isn't that who this
Something
is?
like that.
I think it's House of Williams, or I'm not sure their name. You guys will have to confirm it for me. This is gross. This is gross.
Well, and like once again, like what's been pointed, I think Christina pointed out earlier and all this kind of stuff. They are armchair quarterbacking a situation they've never been in and will never be in because they're never going to be college students in a party house when something like this happens, right? They are making wild-ass accusations about what they think they would do because they've watched enough CSI to think that this is what a real victim would do, right? And that's really all it is, and it's sick, and they're just doing it for money.
House of Williams is the 3rd tragedy tramp. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured. I haven't given any attention to House of Williams yet. I was talking to Irish today. Irish was telling me that Irish thinks that we should commentate on more people that are doing this, and I agree with Irish. I didn't get a chance to tell Irish when I was talking to her because I was eating, but I completely agree with Irish, and I think we should look at every tragedy pimp. I'm going to call them pimps because I don't want the algorithm to demonetize me for saying PIMP. Isn't this ridiculous? But you feel me. We need to look at every person who is lying, and the thing is, the way you judge blame here is you ask yourself, could they have taken steps to know more about what they're talking about so that they wouldn't spread as much BS? Definitely. They could have studied the affidavit a little more and they wouldn't be confused about it like Betty is, or lying about it like Betty, Molly, and House of Williams is right here. They could have done that. It would have been easy. They could have done it. They could have spent an hour studying more. They could have spent 2 or 3 or 4. But they're always dramatic. They're always fighting with someone. They're always lying to everybody. They're always getting criticized, so they fight with people. And they don't give time to actually studying what's going on. They don't actually give good commentary. Like, what amazes me is the fact that people actually watch their stream. People actually watch their streams and support this garbage. That's what gets me. But again, one of the main reasons why they have an audience is because they game the YouTube system. You saw what I showed on stream yesterday where Betty's tags and description had the victim's name tagged like, what, 15 times in the description? Did you see that, Navy?
No, that is crazy.
15 times Betty hashtagged the victims in her description.
That is gross. Oh my God.
I don't believe she sat in her bedroom for.
I mean, and to me, it's weird because I don't think it helps anything to spam hashtags like that. You only need the hashtag in the description one time. Doing it 19 more times isn't going to help anything from what I know. It could be some YouTube exploit that I just don't know about right now. But yeah, Kashkernon Justice Family says bump algorithm. Exactly. Yeah.
For 8 hours, and I don't believe the other girl sat downstairs for 8 hours twiddling her thumbs.
Why don't you? Do you think it's normal for these people, while their friends are sleeping, to enter their effing rooms? Is that what you think? They're adults. They aren't children. They're young adults, but they're adults. I doubt there has been a single night where these women go into their other friends' rooms after they've gone to bed without knocking. If they would have went and knocked, they wouldn't have gotten an answer and they would have left. Again, there was no fight. There was no screaming and agony. These people think it was a horror film scene. Is that what it is, Navy? Do they think it was some horror film scene like in, you know, Freddy the Nightmare the 13 on Elm Street or some shit? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like they have to think that like maybe they were screaming. They screamed 100 times while they were, you know, all this was
happening. They were running through the house and all kinds of stuff happened, and they were screaming and yelling, bloody murder and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's what they're acting like it's supposed to be. Yeah.
They're acting like there was all this noise and all this stuff happened. And because of that, the witnesses aren't witnesses. They're just as bad because they didn't help their friends. That's what these fools are sitting on stream doing for days. Especially after we busted their fake audio. When we busted their fake audio, Molly went into an 8-hour flip out stream. She's already deleted it. We should have it for you here soon. I am going to remind everybody in the chat, it's always a good time if you like our streams, if you just like stopping by to support us. I put how you can do that in the chat. You don't have to. It's optional. I just got to remind you. Make sure you like the video for me. It helps other people find this stream over that stream. And they actually, the people that come here, even though it's not going to be as exciting as going into a stream and having someone to hate and attack like they are, we aren't hating and attacking them. We're criticizing them. I don't even believe that they are criticizing these witnesses because they're not being fair with the witnesses. I'm being fair with them. I'm representing their words. I'm not adding anything to it. I'm not taking anything away from what they're choosing to do here. They, on the other hand, are doing that to these victims. They're saying that these victims did things that they didn't do. They are saying that they heard things that they claim they didn't hear. They say they have more information than the police. The police and the police report says that they didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. They didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Seeing a man leaving one of their rooms at night happens, so they didn't call the cops. The man was wearing a mask. Everybody has been wearing a mask lately. It was just a medical mask. He wasn't wearing some, you know, face covering that covered his whole face like he was robbing a bank. He was wearing a medical mask, right? Everybody does that right now. That's why she didn't call the cops. She didn't see a weapon. She didn't see blood. She didn't hear noises. She saw this scary looking freak walk out of one of the rooms. And, you know, depending on how often these girls have men over, she didn't call the cops because she didn't see it as abnormal, right? She said that the guy looked scary, but that does not mean you can just call the cops on a guy. You can't just call the cops on some dude because he looks scary. So I want Betty or Williams. Do I call this person Williams? I don't know what to call him. I guess their channel's House of Williams. Why can't Molly, Betty, or House of Williams tell us the thing? And I think they're not, because they know what they're doing. They have to keep the fact that exposes them ambiguous. If they were to elaborate on the truth, then they would know that they shouldn't be treating the victims this way. So they make sure to ignore that, so they have the ability to treat the victims this way.
The two met, discovered the bloodbath, and then I believe they started making their phone calls. Somewhere they started calling somebody and listen, I believe they...
Thank you, Harley Rain. Good to see you.
They started getting... Listen, we can't deny that they made a phone call to somebody that showed up to the house and called 911.
Wait, what now? You're saying that they dubiously left their friends laying in this bloodbath and didn't help them. That's what you're saying on Molly's stream right now, whoever you are. Let me hear that again.
And then
Right fast. Cash Grenon's Justice Family just want to make sure that the house is apparently a 3-story house. There's 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor and 2 bedrooms on the 3rd floor.
Thank you. Thank you. So just minus the top floor out of my drawing, okay? So let's minus this floor off right here. So the murmurs must have happened on the 3rd, and the witness was 1 floor below, and the other one was down here. So there was a witness on the 3rd or on the 2nd floor, and there was a witness on the ground floor, okay? Now, again, this is why I believe they didn't hear things that made them think to call the cops, right? But this House of Williams person thinks they just said in front of Molly's audience that the 2 witnesses found the bloodbath and didn't call the cops. They called their friends. They didn't call the cops. They found the bloodbath and let their friends lay there, is what this House of Williams... I did not read anything like that in that affidavit at all. Nothing.
I don't believe the other girl.
And the thing is, though, like, these are young kids, right? And I mean, like, you know, college age, right? Still young, right? 18, 19, I don't know how old they exactly are, but they're young kids. Even if they came across something like that and they didn't know what to do, like, for example, you come across something scary, something bad happens, and you may be the first person you call, maybe, you know, someone you consider a trusted person. And they come over and they're like, we got to call the cops. We have to call the cops. These people are going to be in shock. You see something like that, they're not going to sit there and go, well, yeah, I should probably call the cops and start taking pictures. No, it doesn't work that way. This ain't the movies.
Well, we don't even, that's the thing, though. I don't even want to entertain that that's the truth yet, because when we read the affidavit, we didn't see that. But we do have a news report. I don't know where it's at. If any of the mods, we're getting stuff. We've got court documents. We've got gag orders. We have the gag order right now. Okay, let me read it to the audience and let them know what it says. We also have court documents pertaining to Thursday's hearing involving Kohberger. Now, in that hearing, I talked to Irish, who's been following this pretty close. Irish is under the understanding that in Thursday's hearing, we will only hear his pleading. That's all that we're going to gain from Thursday's hearing. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just telling you what I've been told, okay? So this is the gag order. Let me just read it through for you. Let me just prove to you I got it real quick. All right. And then just to make sure that there's nothing here, I'm going to not put it on the screen. In the 2nd District of Idaho, Lutta County, it follows, it's hereby ordered that the parties to the above entitled action, including investigators, law enforcement personnel, attorneys, agents of the prosecuting attorney or defense attorney, are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral, concerning this case, other than a quotation from or reference to, without comment, the public record of the case. This order specifically prohibits any statement which is a reasonable person would expect to be disseminated by means of public communication that relates to the following. Number 1, evidence regarding the occurrences or transactions involved in the case. Number 2, the character, credibility, or criminal record of a party. Number 3, the performance or results of any examinations or tests of the refusal or failure of a party to submit to such tests or examinations. Number 4, any opinion as to the merit of the case or the claims or defense of a party. Number 5, any other matter reasonably likely to interfere with a fair trial of the case, such as, but not limited to, the existence or contents of any confession, admission, or statement given by the defendant, the possibility of a plea of guilt to the charged offense or a lesser offense, or any opinion as to the defendant's guilt or innocence. It is further ordered, no person covered by this order shall avoid its prescriptions by actions that indirectly but deliberately cause a violation of the order. It is further ordered that the order and all provisions thereof remain in full force and effect throughout the proceeding until such a time as a verdict has been returned, unless modified by this court. Signed by and so ordered. Okay. So we've given you a little more of a feeling for what it is and why they are restricting, and I am with Navy. I'm with the poll. You guys, 80% of you said that you think the gag order is related to the statement made toward internet sleuths staying out of this. And anyone threatening, anyone interfering, anyone lying, anyone spreading misinformation can have criminal charges. I do also believe the gag order is related. I'm in agreement with the chat. I also believe that the gag order is another form of protection against what we're looking at. Misinformation, people monetizing misinformation in the case. Cherie just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Cherie. Appreciate you very much. Too kind to me. Too good to me. You're too good to me. We've got the floor plan. We literally have the floor plan of the home too. So this will help us. This is going to help us a lot. Take the affidavit that you just heard us read. Take the information that we're getting in this and then apply it to the floor plan of this house so that you understand why these witnesses should be treated as victims until we have direct evidence that shows they weren't victims. Okay? Unlike Molly, unlike Betty, unlike House of Williams, unlike the other tragedy pamps out there attacking these witnesses, I do believe after seeing this floor plan, you will agree with me. We should treat them as victims. We should treat them like they've just been through a tragedy, not like they should be attacked and berated and lied about. House of Williams, Betty, and Molly. Idaho floor plan shows house where 4 college students were mysteriously ended 1 month ago. We've got the first floor and the parking level. This is a very strange home, Navy. Look at this. Very strange house. From what we know, the incident, the murmurs, happened up here on the 3rd floor. Now, this makes sense because if you look right behind here, here is a home with the home next to it had a camera that recorded video and audio, and that is where they got the video and audio. So the murmurs are near this building that would have picked up the video and audio that the mentioned in the affidavit, right? And if the video and audio near the room, it said that the video and audio was only like 30 feet away from the room where the murmurs happened. These windows would get more sound to go through. The windows would allow for more sound than the floor and the walls. The floor and walls would block more sound than these windows. The camera should have picked up more than what the witnesses would have heard. Everybody got me there? The camera would have picked up more. They would have heard more than the witnesses. So here's the 3rd floor. This is where the event happened. We know that the first witness was somewhere on the 2nd floor. The other witness was down here on the 1st floor, according to the affidavit. Correct me in the chat if I misspeak, okay? So, if you were right here, and Koberger had to go down here, and go over here to leave, and they walk by you, either here, or if they walk by you here, or they walk by you here. Do you think you would have heard anything out of the ordinary when that camera back here on this building, but lower, didn't pick up anything out of the ordinary? Only thing it picked up was a thud. They didn't even hear a thud. They did not hear a thud. The camera heard a thud because it was these windows let sound out. The floors soak the sound. You see what I'm saying? So House of Williams and Betty, why in the world can't you guys read the affidavit, look at the floor plan, and not attack the witnesses? And if you're going to, why can't you tell us why they should know or hear what you're saying they know or heard? It is a pretty ugly house. But then again, what else would you expect for college students to be staying in, you know? Probably not as expensive as some places. It's probably comfortable. Probably pretty comfortable, right?
Downstairs for 8 hours, totally hurt them.
Natasha says it was 50 feet. What was 50 feet? Was the audio 50 feet, the audio camera?
Camera, yeah, it was 50 feet. I think that's
what
what
did I say? 30 or something? Okay, we'll
30
say 50
feet, yeah.
feet then. 20 feet's not much when you're dealing with sound, though. You know what I'm saying? I guess the affidavit said the camera was 50 feet. Thank you for correcting me. You know, it's hard when you're reading a whole affidavit. It's hard to pick certain things and remember them perfectly. So
I believe the two met.
Two people were murmured on the second floor as well, Uni. Oh, okay. So there was the second floor also had murmurs. Okay.
Discovered.
I didn't absorb that from the affidavit, but then again, I need to read the affidavit a couple more times. It's pretty I need to just read the first 2 pages because all those other pages deal with cell phone data, location data. I don't even need to look at that. I need to just really focus on those first couple pages. I'll do that later, though. I don't want to bore you guys and go through it multiple times on stream. So
the bloodbath, and then I believe they started making their
Twin Cities citizen says, we don't want the press gagged. We don't want our First Amendment rights infringed. We need to be smart and use our critical thinking skill to discern info. We want to keep all our freedoms. I agree, Twin Cities. I agree. And it's one of the main reasons why I do criticize people like this, because one of the things that causes a lot of excuses to censor, excuses to restrict information is because people like this, they operate with a misunderstanding of free speech, okay? Free speech is the same as free action. You have free action and you have free speech. You can choose to go into a public space and act a fool, or your home, or you can choose to walk into a neighbor's house and act a fool. One of those choices may get you arrested, if not 2 of them. One of them you're fine doing. Just like you can choose to use your speech in your home, in public, or on the internet, or on a phone call, and based on the different ways you use your speech, you may face restrictions. You may get in trouble. You might get sued. Right? You still have free speech even if you get restricted or sued. Now, people like this, the issue is they're using a new medium. They're using the internet. Laws that make it easy for someone to call. Like right now, if they were doing this in my hometown, just straight up sitting in public lying about me, trying to ramp people up against me, lying about what happened publicly, I could call the police. They could go there and handle the situation. Right? If they're on the internet doing it, there's no one I can call. There's nothing I can do. And then what happens? Not one person does it. Not 3 people do it. The people that do it, because they get to lie, because they get to invent things, create big stories that get a bunch of clicks, and then a bunch of people start copying them, and a bunch of people start copying them, and then what happens? They have to come in with sweeping rule changes to the internet, sweeping rule changes to YouTube that ends up silencing everybody, harming everybody's ability to speak, because they got away with lying, faking, and just straight monetizing misinformation and lies around these kind of tragedies. So we get up and criticize them. We get up and demand that YouTube actually get off their asses and do something about this, and it will prevent our speech from being taken across the entire YouTube. A few people that go out and choose to manipulate information, misinformation, and monetize misinformation, we should demand that YouTube apply their terms of service to these people. And if YouTube does, and this shit stops, we will prevent those sweeping policy changes from silencing everyone who would responsibly report or talk about these kind of stories, in my opinion. At least that's where I sit right now. That's my opinion. Yeah. But I completely agree with you, Twin. I completely agree.
So Christina dropped in a picture that they was taken from inside the house of what it looks like with the stairs and everything, and the floors. Okay. And then she also dropped an actual floor plan of what the layout of the house looks like. And then Cherie dropped what looks like an animation video of what they think happened.
Oh yeah, I've seen that already. The animation's really good. We have that? Yeah, 3D animation, nice. Okay, so let's start with this here. So this is stairs, living room, Xena's room, and this is where one of the issues happened, right? And a bathroom. vacant bedroom with the question mark. Kitchen. Okay. Oh, wow. Is this an actual picture of her room? Oh, that makes sense. This makes sense because remember how there was a center part of the house that went up and then there was additional little levels that shot out. So this is the main stairwell in the center of the house that goes up to those extra rooms that kind of go out and that are up on those stilts. Where's that picture at? Right here. See the stilts? The extra parts of the house? The house is built into what looks like a hill, doesn't it? Yeah, it's built into a hill. So that makes perfect sense when you look at this. Here's the stairs. These stairs would be like, probably like somewhere around here or here. Such a weird house, isn't it? Isn't this a strange home? Strange looking, a strange layout?
Well, I'm guessing a lot of it has to do with the actual layout of the town itself, and so they kind of build to the actual like features of the land around it, and that's probably why it looks the way it does.
Oh, sure. Army wife, I didn't see what you wrote, but I hope everything's okay. Unsolved Cases says that's the second floor. Thank you, Unsolved Cases. Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right. Let's take a look at this really quick, and then we'll hear more of what there's... Actually, no. I want to hear a little more of this, then we'll hear the animation, because I want to know, why are you saying this? How do you have enough information? How have you gained this magical amount of information that allows you to turn these witnesses into the bad guys? Tell me, please, you three.
Their phone calls somewhere, they started calling somebody and listen, I believe they started getting, listen, we can't deny that they made a phone call to somebody that showed up to the house and called 911. That's fact. A male voice called 911. So,
but you don't know how quickly someone else showed up. You don't know. It could have been moments after they realized what happened. Someone came in. Misha says, Moscow's a weird place and has a long-time problem of insufficient housing for students. It might mean some weird and cheap rentals built for students. The house we rented in Moscow was weird, says Misha. You were there, Doc? What's it like? Was it a nice town? Or was it your typical college town? Army wife says, long story short, Uni and Navy, my son, who is still only a child, has had 2 strokes since the beginning of December. Oh my God. Army wife, I hope everything turns out okay. And if you need anything, reach out to us, all right? If you need anything, hit us up. Molly is a maniac. She does this cycle of all this up all night streams. Reminds me of what my mom was using. Yeah, and also I think it does go in line when she gets that way, she also starts to mess up. And then when she gets exposed, like she was yesterday for the fake audio thing on Patreon, she goes into this giant performance. It's like she can't sleep. She's mad. It's like there's something in her head that's pissing her off. Probably the fact that she monetized fake audio and spit on the victims of this situation in front of everybody, made a fool of herself, and it probably angers her so much that it leads into and causes these other meltdowns. But
we know
anytime, Army wife, and let us know, okay? Reach out if you need us.
Hours later,
I don't talk about it a lot, but I just dealt with my son having some medical issues, and he was in the hospital for a long while, and I know how it can be. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know how stressful it is. So
hours later. So the thing is, how long?
Okay, what did they just say now? What did they just say? Because I swear to God, she just said that these 2 witnesses saw the bodies and waited hours to call the police, but I want to hear it again.
Fact, a male voice called 911. So we know that
hours later.
Yes, they just said hours later. They just said hours later. What are you talking about? That is not in the affidavit. So can somebody point me to the piece of data that's been released by the courts or the police or authority that says that these 2 witnesses knew about the murders and waited hours to call 911? I have not seen this anywhere, and they keep repeating it over and over. They have to be making it up, Kim. I've looked everywhere. I've raked my brain looking everywhere for what they're saying, and I can't find it. Cambry said it doesn't exist. I agree, it doesn't exist. I know Dolly sleeps all day. He was high as F, laughing at a caller, totally strung out, says Peggy. Oh my God. Very true, Army Wife. Very true. And anyone believe this woman actually calls herself a life coach? Yeah, the spirit box told him. Exactly. Where do you get this information, Molly and Betty? Because Williams just said it, and then Molly and Betty go, hours later. And then Betty, hours? They didn't wait hours to call 911. It is not true. And what are you alleging they did for hours? Give Brian time to escape or something? Is that what the only thing that you can think that would make them wait hours to call 911 while their friends are laying there in blood is if you're saying they did it to let Brian get away, to help him escape, to give him more time before the cops start looking. So are you insinuating these two witnesses are involved? Why haven't they been arrested yet if you know this? What is going on? Remy says it was said friends were summoned to the house and that someone in the house called 911. That was said in the beginning. Well, Remy, I know, but that can happen within moments. If you look, all these houses are very close to each other. So if whoever saw the bodies could have screamed at the top of their lungs and someone else could have said, oh my God, what's wrong? And then a neighbor could have ran over and it could have happened within 10 seconds and they call 911. But they just said they waited hours to call 911. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hours later. So the thing is, how long did it take them? Hours.
Look at Molly. Molly is acting right now. This is acting Molly. This is not telling the truth, Molly. This is Molly knowing she's lying, Molly. We've all seen this so many times. We know that this is how Molly acts when she's trying to put on a performance. They know they're lying. They know this isn't true. This is bullshit.
How long did it?
Rhett says because DM was sleeping. Well, that's what I mean. They're saying they waited hours after they learned that these people were injured. I'm saying that's bogus. They didn't wait hours. Yeah. You know what I mean? They immediately, once they learned that these people were injured, they called 911.
So one of the first things that was let out when it came to like the witness, one of the females, the one that saw BK or whatever, was that she ran into him, went back in her room, closed the door, and then there was no 911 call until around noon that day. That means nothing. That doesn't mean anything. She opened the door, saw somebody, went back in her room, went back to sleep, whatever.
Yeah, that's not
didn't know what had happened.
It's such a lie to say that they waited hours to call 911. That's such a lie. Because like seeing someone walking down a hallway is not an indicator that you have to call the cops. It's not an indicator they've murdered anybody. It's not an indicator that an emergency has happened. And if it was, I guarantee you this person would have called 911 immediately. They wouldn't have waited. Smokey said something here. Let me find it. That's it. Gonna miss it. Smokey says law enforcement said in an early press conference that they called the male friends over, which to me indicates an actual phone call. I don't know, you know, like calling someone, it could be call them. Oh my God, come over. But that can happen in seconds. Like one of them could be on the floor crying. They send a text or they call someone over. They just yell. Calling someone over can be yelling. You know what I'm saying? I agree with you. They could have called them over, but I don't find it strange. I don't find it to be an indicator they did something wrong or that I don't think it explains why these people are behaving this way. I think this is all an act from them. You feel me?
Bree was saying earlier that the person that they had called, and I don't know if she has a place where this was like released or whatever, was because it was a brother of, I think there's some triplets or something, and it was the brother that they called from the Sigma Phi house or whatever, and that's the person that came over that they were claiming that not Molly in them, but that, you know, everyone's looking at as the person who called 911. So I don't know though, but that was what she was saying earlier. So that would make sense. Like if something were to happen, my sister called me, right? Instead of calling the cops first because she was freaked out or whatever. That makes sense. It
does. It completely makes sense. Again, though, I don't want, like someone in the chat said that the girl that saw him walking down the hall was shocked and that's why she didn't call 911. I just, the way I read the affidavit right now, and then my opinion will change when we get more information, of course. I think that these are two separate incidents. Them discovering that a crime had happened when they called 911, and them, one of the witnesses seeing him leave the house is a separate incident. So when they went into shock, when they were like scared or whatever, when they saw him walking out, it was just them describing how they felt at night seeing this like creepy figure walk by. So the level of shock from this person is, oh, this creepy dude walked by. It's not the level of shock, some murderer just walked by. So that's what I'm trying to say. When she describes being scared or shocked that he walked by, she's describing being shocked or scared by a creepy looking dude, not by a murderer, because she didn't know there was a murder or learn that he was a murderer until they called the cops at noon, finding that something happened. You feel me?
Did it take them to get that guy over to the house, though? How far?
But again, I'm going off the initial data. When in court, when they start talking about it, it's highly possible it can be either way, because this is like early on. They haven't given us a lot of info. So I just want to put that caveat there.
Way was this guy to get into
Hunter was in
an
that
hour away?
adjoining property. He was on the other side of the fence.
Okay, so he was very close.
Yes.
Okay, so who were they talking?
The adjoining property is an adjoining property. It's right next to them. Right? You could call the people over on the phone, sure, but you could also just scream at the top of your lungs to call somebody over. Right? You could just start screaming and someone would come over. They're that close. Here, I got the picture. Look at how close this is. Like if you're standing here and you start screaming at the top of your lungs, like you're screaming out towards the windows, they're going to hear you. Right? The issue we're having is that when the murders occurred, they didn't hear any screaming. There wasn't any loud indicator, right?
Talking to other than this guy? I mean, something.
It does appear. Damn it!
These two were communicating. I'm not convinced that these two, Mrs. Both of them. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. The exact same story. Apparently, most likely, we got to assume.
So Hunter and Emily live on the house that abuts to their fence, not the one that had the video camera on it. That was a different property, but the way that the houses are positioned, there's another property that's much larger, that its back wall of the adjoining like ranch style house is on the back fence.
Oh, they make me sick. Blah, blah, blah.
Kaylee and Maddie's home.
This is boring me to pieces.
So he was very close there. And he's the one that's always in all those videos every single time law enforcement came to their house for a noise complaint. He was Hunter. So he was always over there as well. Now, we do know
oh my God.
From
Shut
stories
up,
we've heard and the fact that Hunter...
I hope to God you're making some kind of like insane point here, Betty, because this is like, good Lord. And then like I went to band camp and then like I played a flute and then like
Hunter Chapin was also at that house from what we hear, because that Ford Explorer we're hearing is Hunter. From
what you hear, yeah, you're hearing all kinds of crazy crap and then running to YouTube with it because that's what you do.
Yeah, exactly. She's a reporter. She's a reporter. She would report if someone walked by the damn home a month later. She would report literally anything so that she can talk about this damn case. Clickbait, all of the victims' names 23 times in her description. Anything that she can do to say something about this. She's like the most desperate poster, the most desperate spammer out there for this situation. And she's fucking just rambling here.
Chapin's vehicle.
What are you saying, Betty? What did you just say? Chapin, vehicle, Hunter, Chapin, Hunter, vehicle, Chapin?
So it sounds like two Hunters were in the house.
Oh my God. Wow. What a great speech leading to such an excellent point. 2 different gentlemen named Hunter were in the house. I'm so glad you gave all that supporting information to that point you just made. You're such an intelligent commentator. You know, it's weird. I try to talk into this microphone so that if someone listens to me speak, they'll understand what I'm saying. And yes, I know there's sometimes when I fail. There's sometimes when I just fail a little bit. I have never failed that bad at getting my point across. Never. Did you get my message in your comment section last night? I don't think so yet. I had to wake up today and take care of a family member that was sick. So I had to go to their house and go and grab a bunch of stuff. I haven't had a chance to check the comments yet. I will get caught up on them, though. So if you want to type it in the chat, I'll get it now. Good God. Good God, Betty. Yeah, did you see Betty? You know what, Molly? I'm starting to have fun with you finally. Did you see her response to what Betty just said? Molly's like, like, that was her. Look at this. I want to see it again. Look, watch for Molly's response to Betty's diatribe.
So it sounds like 2 hunters were in the house.
Watch her.
To whoever that was in the side chat, Brandon Neal doesn't run my channel. I do.
I don't even know who Brandy is.
Hey, it doesn't matter. It was
Laura was playing your content, and then Molly came in chat, and they were making fun. Oh, I know. They love poking at me. It's because they're such fans. They're such super fans. I don't know who Laura is, though. Who's Laura? I wish the Popo would put a personal gag order on each of them. You know, it's sickening. How is it that I see it? How is it that all of you see it? How is it that every other human being on the planet that looks at this situation agrees with us, but for some reason, they just can't see what they're doing? I was having this conversation with Navy and Janie either yesterday or the day before about a different subject, but it's still the same kind of thing. How in the hell, I mean, do they think that people watch them and that they're not all cognizant of the fact that they are exploiting this story and just playing reporter here, you know? Why don't they stick the mics up their backsides and we won't tell the difference? Sandra, thank you. Thank you. You see what I'm saying? That's my point. Yes. I've never seen more. And trust me, we get up here and we laugh at dumb stuff. That's the point of our show. We laugh at dumb stuff and we kind of like seek out misinfo and we'll correct it. But a lot of times, you know, we have to just sit here and process all the stupidity in the world, and it makes us just, you know, laugh. So I know I'm not trying to come to you and put out world-changing commentary or some shit, right? They are. They're giving you breaking news and breaking breakdowns of these murmurs that the police won't give you. The real news doesn't give it to you. They give it to you, and the real news wants to shut them down because they are better than the news. And yes, they did just say this like 2 days ago. Yeah, we could just get a hat and make it say press and we'd be journalists.
Yeah, wanted to decide what goes on my channel and what doesn't.
Okay.
No, we're okay with you guys deciding what to put up on your channel. You guys acting like this, you know, you're free to. And we do appreciate it because it is some of the most cringy content out there right now.
Run my content. No one else.
No, trust me. We give you full credit for the garbage that you upload, okay? We give you guys full credit for the garbage that you upload.
So there were 2 guys named Hunter at the house.
I don't even see that comment in here.
2 guys named...
Nope, no revolution here. I'm just trying to get these guys to stop exploiting tragedies would be nice. That'd be one good outcome, you know? Did she strike you? She said she struck you this week. I didn't get a strike. You must have struck the wrong channel. Nope, I didn't get a strike.
Hunter were at the house.
I don't even know who this person is. Her name's what now? Laura? Yeah, I don't even know who that is. So I don't know why some person named Laura would strike me, right? I mean, it's funny that this person's mad at me. I don't even know them, and they're mad at me, I guess. Let me check rockAlot. I mean, I just logged into rockAlot, though, to do this stream, so, you know. I just checked UNIRock, too. Nothing. Nope. Nothing.
My understanding, because we do know that before.
I mean, did they have a criticism? Did they have a point? Did they make any good points? Wait, who said that? Who said that, Boston? Who said it? She said, if I was the victim's family, I'd beat the F out of Dylan. She was friends with MGL. They had a huge fight. Now they're friends again.
Heels in the Air says, Laura wasn't mad at you when I was listening. She was using your video to prove BHB lied.
Oh, okay. So she wasn't talking about me then, was she, Heels? Okay, that's fine. I don't have a problem with... Look, Betty and Molly think I have a problem with them being on YouTube. And I've said it a million times. I don't. I have a problem with them attacking these poor people during these tragedies, and I'm criticizing them. Criticism has a point. It has a resolution. It says, you're wrong. You're wrong for doing this. And because you're doing this wrong thing, people are X. So they could either be laughing at you, cringing at you. Maybe they want to give you $1 million. But the resolution is what they can do to correct the bullshit that they're doing. But go ahead, Navy.
Tiffany Cardona says, it was MGL who said she struck you. She didn't say your name, but now she refers to you as the guy who's obsessed with her.
Oh, Molly says I'm obsessed with her. Well, that's rich. You know, one thing I'll never be able to figure out is why they go there. Because haters, sure, I can get how you say that a hater is obsessed with somebody. A criticizer, though, isn't obsessed with you. Because am I still obsessed with the people who said that 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 6 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago? Right? Remember when I used to criticize other people, Navy? I've criticized like 1 million people since you started watching me. Every single one of them will sit and say that we are obsessed with them. But the minute that they either stop doing the fraud raiser, stop doing the thing we're criticizing or whatever, we stop talking about them. We move on to another topic. Now, here's what they always say. They say, oh, the minute you stop talking about me, you won't get any views. You won't have an audience. Your channel will die. Yada, yada, yada. Do you know how many of them have said that over the years? I can just remember the fraud raiser ring. Didn't they say the minute we moved on to another topic, our show would die? I recall.
Yep. 100%. Yep. So dead. But others have died.
True. My response to them always is, no, I have a long-term audience. And some of them, yeah, will go watch other stuff if I move on to a different topic. But they'll check in. Maybe they won't like the next topic. Maybe they will like a topic like 2 or 3 or 4 topics from now. But as you're on the platform longer and longer and longer, more and more people find you, and they're gonna either, you know, look, myself, here's an example. I'm still subscribed to PewDiePie. I stopped watching him for a good 8 months, and then he started doing Japan blogs. I've been watching all of them. I didn't really like some of the videos he did in between, you know, but I really love what he's doing now. And if I don't like what he does for the next 3 months, I'll just check in on him every once in a while. And then if he does something I like, I'll watch it. And I'm like that with everybody I'm subbed to. I have a feeling most of you are like that too. I have a feeling most of you watch a set of creators at any given time, and you switch around and you stay subscribed to good creators, and you don't stay subscribed to shit ones. You know, it's just how it works. So But I do find it hilarious that I'd love to know what this person said, though, about my content. I want to know what their issue was. So, Boston, you just said that this Laura person had an issue with my content. Someone else said that they agreed with the part of my content, which is fine, but then you said they disagreed with another part. What did they have a disagreement with? Brittany says, I'm so glad I got off MGL's page along with Justin. I figured out they both were a few fries short of a Happy Meal. My issue with them is that they aren't honest with you guys when you're watching them, okay? Here's the deal. You guys watching me right now. What I'm doing right now is extremely similar to what I did 3-4 years ago. Live, and what I do uploading is similar to what I did uploading 3 or 4 years ago. So here's my point, though. I have a format. I got a show. And even if I switch topics, you're still going to be watching me and Navy or whoever's here do the same thing. We're going to be acting the same way, same thing, comedy, the same kind of jokes, whatever, right? So our format and show doesn't really change all that much in between the people we look at, save for the way we handle them or some of the responses we have. And I just don't think that Molly gets that. If you look at Molly from how she's trying to stream now, it's very different from how she handled Dre. You know, she's still attacking them, but I wouldn't even say, it's more of just a person winging it when you look at Molly and them. They're just going live and they're winging whatever they're doing. You know? Anyone got cutie clips to send Uni? I won and give Laura, I won't give Laura any views. I mean, I don't want to watch it on stream. Here's my thing when people make a video about me. If they're honest, if they seem to be honest, I don't care if they agree or disagree. I don't care if they like me or insult me. If they give an honest reaction, then I typically will respond to it, right? So if they're reacting to what I'm saying and doing, and they have a point, if they're making a point to my points, or if they disagree with my points or something. Now, if people play me to agree with me, there's no reason for me to respond to it unless I want to add to it. That's happened a few times. I like responding to people that disagree with me because it's like, you know, it's good response content. Responsory, as Rags calls it. And I will own them. I will completely and utterly destroy them when it comes to the battle of commentary. Problem is, every time I get into one of these situations with someone, like a fraud raiser, a scam, these people exploiting these stories, they don't want to engage. What they want to do is have some drama fight, but they don't want to engage. They don't want to have to answer for the points or answer to the subject. What they want to get up there and create a bunch of insanity. I don't want to be a part of their insanity because it's not good to the viewer. There are a few occasions where I will engage with the insanity in very measured and specific ways. That's for the lulz, but you get what I'm saying. Anyone who questions Molly is kicked off. Exactly. I encourage people to come and question me. I encourage people to come here if they disagree with us and they can actually communicate and, you know, respond, you know, actually have a conversation, make their point, be able to interact. I encourage that. It's just that how are you going to respond to what we're saying other than you're wrong, Molly's not exploiting the situation or Betty's not exploiting these murders. You know, make your points. Tell me why you think they're not exploiting this story. Tell me how you think that what they're doing is okay. Let's go back and forth. I encourage it. That would be kind of fun. It started when Molly came in, says Boston. When I was watching, I put myself in your shoes and I was like, this ain't cool. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say, Nick. If they were just sitting there insulting me, they can hate, you know? They can hate all they want. The more, you know, I'm not gonna, I don't want to dissuade them from hating, so let them hate, right? It's good for my channel. It's good for the content we're doing, you know, those clips being swirled around. The thing is, Molly won't engage with me because she can't win. She can't make a good point against us. She knows she's lost, right? Just like with the Letitia fraud raiser. I mean, if she wanted to engage with me, she could actually, you know, engage with the Letitia fraud raiser situation. She could actually explain where we are with it. Why in the world has she not said anything about it? Why did justice for Vaughn just disappear, even though Vaughn's in the same place he was? I thought they wanted justice for Vaughn, right? But they're not going to, you know?
Yeah. What the Fork says, either Brian Intent or 48 Hours reported about Ethan's brother. Also, they created a type of tulip in remembrance of him called Ethan's Smile.
Let's check out what was the dude's name you just said? The reporter? Inton, right?
Yeah, Brian Inton.
Yeah, I like him. I think I know how to find him. There he is. Kylie Gonzalez's sister.
I want to bring in Kaylee's sister now, Olivia. Thank you so much for being with us tonight, Olivia. You know, I remember from when we first started communicating, when all of this began, you told me that you believed that this was going to be a stranger who came into the house. And according to the police, you know, you were right the way that all of this played out.
Oh, hold on. He's a stranger, so he didn't know them, right? I swear Molly said that he knew them. I have to stop going off of the things that Molly and Betty say.
But what did you think when you first...
Her title said, Betty made the fake audio, and I have proof 100%. Okay. Betty made it. I said that it was my opinion that Betty could have made it. Yes, it still is. Like, she could have went and took that audio and brought it over and did this on purpose, but I fully broke down and explained it. You know?
Cherie dropped in the bottom of general the confirmation that the triplet, because I guess they're triplets, like the two males that were boo-booed in the house have a third brother, and he was called. The evidence that she dropped is in the bottom of general, showing that he was the one that was called to the house.
Okay, well, here's my thing, Boston. Why, if Molly was in that stream, why didn't she go correct herself? So we know now. We now know, since Molly was in the stream where this person was looking at my video about Betty and the faked audio, and Molly and the faked audio. That means Molly knows that her audio was fake, right? So why hasn't Molly went to her channel and addressed her and corrected herself to say that the audio isn't from the Idaho situation? Why hasn't she corrected herself? Why hasn't she done anything, right?
First learned that...
Can you see this? Is it okay? Yeah.
Brian Kohberger was the suspect.
Well, it's a DV. It's DV audio. Now, here's what's up with the incident. The incident is literally a person with a security cam. One of their neighbors was in a verbal argument, and they were screaming next door. That's the legitimacy of that audio. Got me? Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story is their motto. Very true.
I think we always presume, you know, innocence. I don't think it really hit me until the affidavit was released, and I was able to kind of read that and process that, and then you not only have a name and a face, but you know, the beginnings of a case against him.
You have been working so hard behind the scenes, and I don't think a lot of people realize that, because in many ways your dad has sort of been the face of the family. But since the beginning, you've been digging into this and trying to find leads and sending things to the police. And you told me that, you know, you didn't feel like you would be able to really grieve until there was an arrest made. Do you feel like now you're able to do that?
I think my family, as well as myself, are starting to get there, and it's kind of an odd time to do that, being that we still have such a long road ahead of us. But the relief that we all felt having a suspect in custody
college students killed in the King Road home that we heard for weeks. But the new arrest affidavit paints a very different story. A night that had everyone in their rooms or asleep much later.
Oh shit, dude, here's the literal house.
At 4
Look.
a.m., except for Xana, who ordered food on DoorDash. After that, a surviving roommate notes a series.
So they don't know why this dude targeted these specific women then if he hadn't known them. Because someone, I think it was either Betty or Molly, they were making a comment of how this guy killed them because he wouldn't sleep with them or something like that. In an 8-hour stream, Molly crapped on Brian about this interview. Oh my goodness. She went on a rage.
She's so jealous, yeah.
I can't wait till you upload it, Sheree. I can't wait.
Remember what happened, because somebody in, I don't know if it was this live stream or one of the others, had asked her directly, are y'all going to go and, protest, outside of wherever, right?
Yeah,
the cops
we played
or whatever.
that. Mm-hmm.
And she was like, no, we can't. He was already arrested. Oh, so you just can't go harass a family now because the suspect's already in custody. Oh, got it. Okay. And now she's mad and she's very jealous because everyone else is getting all the attention.
Yeah. She definitely was jealous of the attention that Brian was getting. Like, we were definitely on point with that observation. She's like upset that this dude gets arrested and treated. Everything she said, he's treated like a king. He's getting all the attention. Everybody treats him like a celebrity. It's like, I don't really see that happening whatsoever, but okay.
Of sounds that woke her up. What she thought.
I think Brian Enton does a good job. I think he does. I think he's a good account. He's a good account to follow. I don't really have a lot of issues with News Now when it comes to our News Nation, or is it News Now Nation or something? When it comes to their reporting of these situations, because they're
News Nation, yeah.
News Nation, yeah, because they seem really non-clickbaity. Like, they deliver, and if they don't have anything to deliver, they'll just give you a mundane report, which is what you expect. When that's the thing, Molly and Betty and her friends, they don't understand. You don't make everything into this giant thing every day or all the time. There shouldn't always be a fight. There shouldn't always be an argument. There shouldn't always be an attack. There has to be an enormous amount of mundane coverage for when you get to the good coverage. It's just how stories work. But if you believe them, every single thing that they put out is the newest, biggest. They treat reporting on these situations as if they're in a reality show, and they act like there's no issue with that.
Thought was Kaylee playing.
They really did.
I think Kelly says, I thought he saw them out that night, and then he didn't stalk the house. I don't know though, because I just heard them or someone, or maybe it was in the affidavit. See, that's the thing. Now I'm confusing whether. Go ahead, Navy. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, Odessa said in the live chat, they are pissed that News Nation has had a bunch of YouTubers on about this case, but won't have any of them on.
I don't know why they're mad that people won't have them on. I mean, they have to go back and watch. I have to go back and watch my stream sometimes when I'm fixing, like, a lot of times I won't do the description or anything until after the stream if, like, I just finished editing and I'm running into a live stream and shit. So I'm having to skip through my stream, see how the audio is, stuff like that. I actually try to understand what we can do to make our streams a little better. I don't know how they can go back and watch any of their shit and not be just completely embarrassed and not understand why people have an issue. That's what I was trying to say a little bit ago. It's what I was saying to you and Janie. How is it that these fraudsters, like if we're looking at fraud raisers, don't understand that everybody knows they're scammers? Everybody knows that they are a fraud, that they are ripping people off. When it comes to Molly and Betty and House of Williams, everybody knows they're fakers. They're not reporters. They're not doing anything good. They're just lying. They should stick to opinion. They should stick to reaction. They shouldn't be going over into reporting or into judging, right? So, they have to see it. And when we look at, let's use the lobster fraud raiser. I was talking about how he's such a narcissist and such a con man. There's no way he doesn't look on Twitter or YouTube and believe he's fooling anyone. And I feel the same way about Molly. I feel the same way about Letitia. I feel the same way about, with Letitia, it's absolute. Letitia knew what she was doing the whole time. It's why you listen to Letitia talk, and every little thing coming out of her mouth ended up being contradicted a few minutes later, or ended up just being absolutely untrue. You know, I don't know. I guess it's the argument we could have forever on this subject. Do these people, are they trolling? So are they ripping everyone off but being like, I don't care? Are they, do they disrespect the families and they're kind of giggling like, see, I know I'm disrespecting the family, but I don't care? Or do they legit think that they're not disrespecting the family? Or do they legit think they're not clickbaiting or they're not doing this? Let's ask the audience. I have to know.
Freedom Believer says check your CASHAPP.
Oh, will do. Will do. Thank you, Freedom. Thank you so much. You're awesome. Okay, so in the I just checked, it came through. I just was making sure it came through okay. And thank you. So in the Q&A, or not the damn Q&A, I need to do a poll. Okay, so here's a poll. How's the best way to write this? Do these scammers believe they are legit, or are they trolling the whole time? So first is the first option is legit. The second option is trolling, and here's what I mean. So does Molly, does Letitia, do they believe that they are real YouTubers? Do they believe they're not disrespecting the families? Do they believe they're right? Or do they know they're being disrespectful and just not care because they're trolls and because they're getting paid? Do they know they're scamming everybody? Do they know they're lying? Some people think that these people are so narcissistic that they believe they are right. They believe they're doing the right thing, and they can't see that they're the bad guy. Others think that they know they're the bad guy, and they're putting on an act in front of everybody. So number one, choice number one is legit. That means they believe that they are real, that they're not the bad guy. Choice number two is, oh no, they're trolling. They know they're ripping you off. They know they're lying, but they're just trolling everybody. What is your opinion? It's in the chat.
Playing with her dog. The words, "There's someone here," crying from Xana's room, and a male voice saying something like, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And then the most shocking of them all. According to the affidavit, the surviving roommate opens the door and sees what appears to be the killer, clad in black clothing with a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose, walking towards her. She describes him as not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows, and stood in a frozen shock phase as he walked past her and back out the sliding glass door. She then locked herself in her room. 911 was not called until 11:58 that morning.
But still, this interesting question of she didn't call the police. But
good. They're going to talk about this on the news. Let's see what the news thinks. And who is this guy? That's not Brian Hinton, I don't think. Is that Brian? If that's Brian, he turned gray. He wasn't gray last time I saw him.
This is a question is what was happening in that period of time?
Obviously, you'd like to call right away. So you can have an immediate response and get on it. But unfortunately, we don't live in an ideal world.
Investigators at the scene found 2 traces of a possible suspect.
Why don't they go in deeper? See, I do believe that the way they framed this blames what it is that Molly and them are doing. Because I do think they're kind of centering in on this kind of, you know, this reporting of it makes it sound like it's one way, right? When in reality, we just don't know what way it is yet. It very well could be that they knew their friends were laying there dead the whole time and they didn't call. The other option is they didn't know, right? We just don't have that answer. As soon as we get it, of course, I'll tell you. I would have loved to have them elaborate on that.
A shoe print just outside the door of the surviving roommate's bedroom, and a knife sheath that had K-bar and USMC on it. A single source of male DNA.
K-bar. We had K-bar in the Army. Those are good knives. It's a good brand.
Was also found on the button snap.
A very subtle finding, if you will, on the sheath to find his connection there, find the DNA, and I think that's the money.
As investigators scoured the neighborhood for cameras and clues.
Yeah, it is. It's very important because imagine that that DNA wasn't found. Just imagine, you know, a little bit of DNA on that button, probably because you have to. Sometimes those buttons can be, especially on knives, really tight. So I could kind of see how at some point DNA could have transferred from the button, but it's just so random. It's random. They didn't have DNA on other parts of the sheath or anything. The way that I handle a knife sheath, yeah, it'd probably be sweat and everything all over it.
A car stuck out, the white Hyundai Elantra. It's the same car.
Okay. We'll come back to this. We have a little more we need to skip through this and here. I want to finish off their entire, you know, framing of the victims. Because again, they don't see the people that were in the house that didn't get ended, I guess. Damn it, YouTube. That stayed alive. I want to use the M word. I just can't. They don't see them as victims for some reason. They think they also done something wrong and should be hated or whatever.
Ford Explorer was there, and that comes back to the Chapins.
It's just in my head. Just kick it in my head.
So we had Hunter the neighbor and Hunter, Ethan's brother.
Jesus Christ, Betty, can you just shut up? Like, does anybody else just completely get annoyed every time Betty talks? Like, if Betty would actually say something relevant, I wouldn't get annoyed so much when she talked. It's almost like she can't say anything relevant. She never has anything, help me, Navy. She never has anything like...
She never has a point. She just rambles.
Yeah. There's no point ever to what comes out of Betty's mouth. It's literally information
Molly does the
dump.
same crap.
Oh,
yeah,
I know.
Molly does the same crap. She just sit there and ramble from like random thought to random thought about stuff. He was like, what are you talking about?
Ms. Williams at least makes points. I can give Miss Williams a tiny bit of credence and say, at least I can understand Ms. Williams. Melody, me too. My goodness. My goodness. It's the personified smugness of the, help me, Navy. What'd you say about Betty the other day? Oh, shit. When you're an expert, you know what I'm talking about? You think you're an expert, but you're not.
Dunning-Kruger.
Dunning-Kruger. The smugness of the Dunning-Kruger. Dunning-Kruger, where you think you're an expert and you play the role of an expert. I'm the smartest person. I know everything because I'm an expert. I read Wikipedia, so I know everything. And you're such an expert that everyone who hears you talk is like, dude, you're not an expert. We know you don't know what you're talking about. But they think that they're actually fooling everybody. That is Betty. Betty thinks she's got you fooled, that she's a reporter, that she knows what she's talking about, that she's actually good at this, and she's just pure Dunning-Kruger. They are really incoherent, Peggy. It's one of the hardest things to do in watching them is to decipher their points down. You know, sometimes they'll talk and you'll literally hear them say one thing, but they've said it so vaguely that they actually said the opposite. They actually said something different.
Really? 2 hunters.
Mm-hmm.
Kick it in my head. Just do it. Get a car and ram it into my head, please. I can't even do it.
I understand the facts perfectly. I do want to put a disclaimer out that the information I am providing is truthful but not deemed accurate. Do your own damn research, folks. Not the responsible party for the news on YouTube.
But you act like you're speaking the truth every time.
Put a disclaimer out
and ram it into my head, please. I can't even do it.
I understand the facts perfectly. I do want to put a disclaimer out that the information I am providing is truthful but not deemed accurate. Do your own damn research.
Truthful but not deemed accurate. Sorry, my mic just flubbed. You're truthful but not deemed. What does that mean? I need this deciphered, Navy. It's your job. Decipher this. What in the hell does that mean?
What it means is that, and this is the only way I can interpret this, is that she's taking little pieces of things that are actually true and then creating a bullshit narrative out of it. So she claims not to be accurate because do your own research. And she's admitting, in my mind, that she's just making this, she's pulling this out of her fourth point of contact as some kind of like legit story. And what she's doing is taking little pieces of like truthful information and stringing them together to get people to watch her. Yeah.
Exactly. It's truthful, but it's not accurate. It's not deemed accurate because she's telling you the truth. She's not, right? She very well could have actually done some research on the audio that she spread around on YouTube as being from this situation. She could have done research on it. She could have actually ran checks where, you know, she checks to see if it's been uploaded to anywhere else on the internet. She could actually use tools out there and see what she can do to, you know, narrow down what she's sharing. But of course, she's going to look at something, and if she sees it and thinks that it could be related to this, she's going to rush to her YouTube channel and spam it out at you, right? Because she's being truthful. If she doesn't fact check it, if she just assumes, if she takes what she thinks and just rushes it out, it might not be accurate, but you can't say she's lying because she really did see that audio was there. She really did see that there was a picture over here. Remember when she was showing the hairline of the guy? Remember when she's showing the cleaning team back in and out and all this garbage and acting like, oh my God, the defense is, or the prosecution, or what'd she say? She said, the court, or I forget her exact words, but it sounded so confusing when she said it because she was just, you know, firing off the cuff. But, you know, she giggled really loud. It makes me think she's reacting to something that was in the chat. But, you know, they ban anyone that criticizes them, so I'm sure it wouldn't be there. But
folks, not the responsible party for the news on YouTube.
You're not the responsible party for the news. You are for what you put out. Damn, Janie! Oh my God! Hitting it with the banger. Thank you. So 71% of you believe that they are trolling. They do know they're full of shit. They do know they're lying, and they're just putting up a front. The other 30% of you believe that they consider themselves the news. They consider themselves legit. They consider themselves right, and everybody else is wrong. So you guys are with me because it's kind of hard to determine that, right? It's hard to know. Sometimes I'm on one side. Sometimes I feel like they do think that they're being real or something. And then other times I think, yeah, they know they're full of shit and they just don't care because they want to make money. And it's this thing that YouTube does. It ends up rewarding people. I'm not going to blame YouTube. It's the audience ends up rewarding people a lot of times because they will trust what they're seeing at first. They don't have time. A lot of people don't have time to go in and do the job that Betty and Molly and this Miss Williams should be doing, which is actually educating themselves on what they're talking about, trying to maybe be a little more like real with what they're doing and saying, you know, checking what they bring and put out to the audience as truth. Most people are living their life. They're checking YouTube on the train, in the car, in between here or there, at night before they lay down. They're not going to spend hours going in and doing Betty's job. I thought that's why you guys are getting paid. You're supposed to have all the time in the world because you don't have jobs. You don't work. You're not retired like I am. You're not doing anything. You don't have any obligation. What is stopping them from spending an amount of time indicative of actual work on these subjects? Nothing. They're too lazy. They're too incompetent. That's the issue. And if the issue is laziness or incompetence, that is their fault. If the issue was something out of their control, it wouldn't be their fault. But since the issue is, it would probably still would be because they're still choosing to do it. But anyway, if the issue was, because the issue is they're choosing to just be lazy. They're too lazy and they won't educate themselves further on this, yes, it is their fault.
Whether it's legit. If I get something, I play it. We talk about it. It's how it works.
And that's why you get criticized. It's why it's valid for us when you have such a serious topic. Instead of you could be doing a video right now on how to weave a basket. No one would be getting mad because you don't know how to weave a basket and you're pretending to be an expert teaching people how to do it. Well, maybe the basket community would criticize you, but who knows? The point is, this is people's lives that you're trivializing constantly, and it's worse and worse and worse every single time.
Welcome to YouTube, people. Again, this is how the sausage of YouTube comes together.
Yeah, I would agree. This is how the sausage comes together. This is how the garbage of YouTube comes together. This is how the scum of the sewer of YouTube gets scooped. Yes, I'm with you there.
Sorry, sometimes I have to give the disclaimer.
The scrapple? Yes, the scrapple. This is like the scrapple over here.
I thought she said sausage. What the hell is a scrapple?
Oh my God.
Please verify your own information.
It's a type of food. It's like a sausage mix, I think.
Oh, gotcha. Betty just said, Betty is reading a comment. So Betty is reading a comment that's telling her to verify her information in the chat, and she's laughing at it. Like they're sitting here getting criticized in their chat by people, and they're laughing at them for criticizing them.
Please come up with your own theory.
I ended up having to really kick back for about 6 hours and really catch up for about 6 weeks of
well,
shit.
I'm glad you got the short version. I had to take the long version, and it's not easy.
And you had to actually get on a plane,
No, it is easy. It is easy. Did you earn the money to put yourself on that plane? And did you earn the is it your money paying for you to fly around, or is it the fact that you are bullshitting people in your audience to believe that you're actually reporting on something and they're funding you to do it? Because again, I think it's a grift, you know, and I can tell you why. I'm not like these people. I'll actually explain why Betty is grifting people, even though she'll get in a plane and fly or get in a vehicle and drive. It's a grift. Because she does it through the I've played her and the majority of her content, just like, you know, it's actually completely explained or expressed in the beginning of her live streams. You know that little video I saw the other day? And I'm sitting here like, what the hell is this video? Because I'd never seen it in the beginning of her live streams before. I'd only seen a couple of her live streams, and I'd always missed that video. And it's a guy saying, You criticize me, right? You guys are hating on me, and you could be successful if you weren't hating on me. And that is personified Betty, because Betty spends more time telling you that she is a valid reporter and she's a valid bringer of facts and all this garbage, the value that she is giving you, because she's not just talking on YouTube. Her boots or her heels are actually on the ground. And she does that constantly until it creates a narrative amongst those who support her that if you donate to Betty, if you give her money, the money isn't being wasted. The money's actually going to her driving around and flying around and doing this. But in reality, is she flying around, driving around, and doing anything? I say no. I take the actual product of what she's doing. What is she doing when she gets there? What does the thing that she does there provide people? Is it good or is it bad? It's bad. She doesn't actually give you shit. In fact, it's so bad, they have been kicked out of every place they've went to. They have been ostracized. They have had neighbors put the fish guts and the doo-doo where they stand because they're not doing anything. And then you got to ask yourself, so why do they get in their vehicles and drive and the whole time repeat over and over and over and over that they are on the ground? But just like in the interview that I uploaded to UNIRock 2, Betty can't tell you what she does on the ground. The interviewer asked her 9 times, like, what are you doing while you're here? Why is it important while you're here? The kids. There are missing kids. Missing kids exist. Therefore, my heels are on the ground. It should be, I am doing this while my heels are on the ground. And here is how this is directly helping the kids, helping the missing kids, helping the people at home. How is what you're doing providing anything? Because what these people are paying for is literally your transportation. And then you get to pocket everything on top of the transportation. And when you looked, now there's another secret to Betty here that I've realized lately. She got mad recently and complained about a hotel she was staying in. Did you see that, Navy?
Oh yeah, no, I remember that. Yep. Okay. And she tried to get them to pay for her time there. Yep.
Yeah, she tried to get them because Betty scheduled an additional day, but she was late showing up. And they made her pay for that additional day because they didn't put anyone in that room because Betty rented it. But when she got there, she said, I wasn't there, so I don't have to pay for it, right? Complete entitled Karen behavior of the highest order.
Yep.
Let me speak to the manager and try to get a free room. So here's the deal. We actually looked up that hotel room she was staying in and then what the hotel rooms around it cost. You know, people pay for her to drive around and fly around and stay in hotels to do this. Why is she staying in the cheapest place she could possibly find in the area? Why is she, you know, you'd think she would be in at least like mid-ranged level, especially when mid-ranged is only 80 to 90 bucks. Mid-ranged in that area is 80 to 90 a night. She was paying like less than 50 a night, if I recall. I'd have to look again, but... So what does that tell me? It tells me that that she is budgeting when she's out there. She's budgeting. She shouldn't be budgeting unless she's trying to maximize her profits by minimizing the amount spent on her getting her heels on the ground. And I do believe it. I believe that we are dealing with a grift, just like the Letitia thing. The Letitia thing, we've got to save Vaughn and the grandchild, but now we're just going to... Like, Vaughn and the grandchild are still in that situation right now, even though you guys gave $50, $60, $70, $80,000 to get them out of that situation. And Molly doesn't care. Justin don't care. LB doesn't care. But man, they really cared when they were doing that fund drive, didn't they? But the real work doesn't start until after you collect the funds and get to work. They didn't get to work. They didn't do anything. They just took your money and then it's over. Just like Betty. In order for her, you want to know why there's so much spam, why they're so bad at commentary. They have to deliver the commentary so that they can say, hey, I didn't rip anyone off. Look, here I am recording the cleaning crew. I didn't rip anyone off. Look, here I am out in front of a bar. Because Betty filmed herself at the bar that the girls went to. It's all part of this grift. It's all part of this cycle.
Long drives freeze your ass off. And I'm glad that you did it. And you want to know something? No one can really.
Do you notice Molly still didn't tell us what Betty did? You told me that she took a long drive. Got it. You told me she froze her ass off. Got it. But then she skips to compliment, compliment, compliment. Why haven't you told us the value of what Betty does? Because it's almost like Betty just does something so she can keep getting that money.
I tell you shit at this point.
Yeah, no, everybody. I just corrected the fake audio that Betty put out. So yes, I can tell you shit at this point. Hey, Rachel, I need the charger. I'm sorry. I need you to throw it in here, if you will.
And, you know.
Well, the way I look at it, they never been able to. They don't pay my bills. They don't do shit for me. The people that bitch about...
No, yes, they do. Yes, they do. The people that you bait into giving you money pay your bills. What are you talking about? They do pay your bills. And are you saying people can't criticize you unless they pay your bills? You would think that, being an Omega Karen. You do have the Karen haircut.
Me most likely don't support me, don't want to see me succeed and get care less.
Oh no, I want to see you succeed, because if you succeed, you'd stop doing all this really abhorrent bullshit. Like, if you just succeeded, if you actually succeeded doing something that is valuable. See, in order to succeed, at first, you have to do... Go ahead, Navy. Go ahead.
I was just going to say,
ramble.
did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear the horn of the victim train coming into the station? It has arrived.
Yeah. Honk, honk. Victim train Betty chugging along. Chugga, 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 chugga. I'm the victim. But yeah, if you can't succeed, how do you succeed when you're not doing anything? How? It's what you don't understand. If you are faking people out, you can't succeed with a fake out. You can't succeed with an illusion. If only when you do something real can you actually succeed. Only when you start to provide a real something, whether it's a report, whether it's an actual breakdown, whether it's commentary, whether it's a show, whether it's data. Betty is the queen of finding irrelevant bullshit about any subject that she's going at and regurgitating it and spamming it back at you. And when she gets criticized for never really doing anything, her response is, well, you didn't give me money, so why should I listen to you? Well, that's actually proving my point. You're a grifter. And you feel that in order for me to even criticize you, I have to pay you. You think people have to pay you for you to do anything.
Whether I
they
live or
don't matter. They don't matter. And guess what? They're watching.
We don't matter? We don't matter, do we? Because it seems like you were just complaining about me in a live chat yesterday there, Molly Pants. If I don't matter, why do you complain about me so much? If we don't matter, why do you complain about us? Why do you get so mad?
Watching you and everything you do, and that's all that matters.
They're just pissed off.
Did you hear that? Someone tried to cripple her. It wouldn't be that hard, I don't think. You know? She doesn't look like she drinks a lot of calcium. She does. Her bones don't look that strong. I don't know. But anyway, no one's... Who is trying to cripple you? Who's trying to cripple you, for God's sakes? You know why they frame it like that? So let me see, Betty. Let's go with your logic here. Because we're criticizing the abhorrent and disgusting things you do, we are trying to cripple you. Because by us criticizing you, people are going to wake up to the fact that you are grifting them, you're faking them out. And because of that, you're not going to get as much money, which is going to cripple your ability to travel around. And because if you don't get a base amount of money, you can't drive to the places you're going. And then you can't spam nonsense while screaming, my heels are on the ground, therefore you should give me money because I'm doing something. So we're crippling you because if we succeed in criticizing you and people actually listen to us, they wake up and stop donating. Okay, we get it.
They're not growing because they have shit on their channels.
Actually, my channels have been growing for months and months and months. So again, I don't think you're talking about me here. So you must be talking about, I don't really see a lot of other people criticizing you anyway, other than the clip channels. Maybe, let me think. I don't want to leave anybody out. Well, I guess there was someone who criticized Betty for putting out the fake audio because they played like my video or something. But
we are.
And they were mega pissed that you arrived at this breaking moment. And
breaking moment? What are you talking about? How is it a breaking moment? Breaking moment?
I'm growing in subs. I was like, holy shit. I started promoting my channel on TikTok and Twitter.
They were
Molly, when you lie to people, it doesn't fool them, okay? You just complained about how you were losing a lot of your patrons and a lot of your members. We looked and found out you were losing somewhere between 20 and 30% of your members since last month. So, yeah, I think you're just bullshitting, but, you know, I'm not going to believe that.
Seething with bitterness, okay?
Or that Betty was going out there.
All of them.
You know, It's rare to find 3 narcissists in one stream, Navy. You know how narcissistic it is to sit there and say that the reason people have a problem with you is unless they're talking about someone specific. Is there someone out there who's pissed off if they gain subs or something like that? Does that exist? Betty claims she's deaf? No way.
In one ear, yeah. She claims she's deaf in one ear. I think there are people that get upset that she gets more subs because they keep pushing vile crap, but they're not like trying to, like, I don't know. It's just this victim game once again. Like, everyone's out to get me. Well, it's because you spew vile crap, and so people are going to criticize you. Sorry, but that's what you do.
Yeah, but I don't see how criticism equates to people being mad that they gain subs or whatever. Like, I know that you criticizing them for monetizing misinformation about this issue isn't criticizing them for making money. It's criticizing them for disrespecting the victims' families. It is disrespectful. It's like when a tabloid or something. It's the same thing when a newspaper straight lies or whatever to sell papers. Nobody's mad the newspaper made money. They're mad that they disrespected whatever they lied about or whatever.
I think what she's insinuating is that people are jealous of them getting subs, and that's why they're mad. They're not mad because they have a legit, complaint about them or criticism. I think what they're implying is that, oh, these people are just jealous of us and they get mad because we get more subs, blah, blah, blah. That's what I think she's saying right there. Yeah,
but if I've looked at their social blades, and the only one of them who seems to have grown in any significant way at all is Molly. And that was during the Dre situation. I haven't seen much for any of the others that I've looked at. I haven't looked at this Williams person, like I said, but yeah, I've never noticed Betty's channel to be growing or doing good or anything. That's the bad part of clickbait, Betty. Clickbait brings people in based off of your title. And then they're there for that one little thing, and they typically aren't going to sub. They're typically not going to come back. That's why a lot of people don't operate on the clickbait model. People that operate on the, trying to actually have a show of some kind or a brand of some, I don't know what word to use, but a channel of some kind, they're not doing it that way. So, yeah, it's a long, slow process if you're really trying to do it. So, I don't know, man. It's weird hearing him say it. I just think they're just bullshitting.
Oh,
they don't like all of us.
Well,
the only reason Molly's been growing is because she brags about being friends with celebrities and brags about being crash on wife swap, blah, blah. I need to rewatch that wife swap episode. I haven't seen it in a really long time.
We have to do stuff about it. We see something wrong. Oh, did I?
You know what's funny, though? You notice how the only time they start talking like this is after someone comes in and gives them shit for lying. Because this whole tirade, it started because someone in the chat came in and said, how about you start verifying what you're saying? How about you start actually reporting the truth, right? And then this is their response to banning that person from chat.
Did I tell you, Marissa?
So I think that says more about them. The first thing they do when someone tells them to fact check things is they go, you're just jealous because I'm getting subscribers off of the misinformation. You're just jealous that I'm getting views off of all those lies.
You know how I get pissed off, and when I've just had enough, I just had enough. So I started going back to my.
No, we know that. You like choking people to death when you get angry. This is nothing new. We all know that about you, Betty.
County meetings. Mm-hmm. So the legislative priorities for the BullHorn Betty channel for 2023 is tougher laws here in Florida. I'm going to be working around the country, but I got to start here in my home.
Oh, here we go again, man. Here we go again. Do you think you're fooling anybody? Working around the country? Working around the country? What have you done other than carrying out at a couple county meetings and then go and scream out front of some houses? What have you done? What have you accomplished? Can you show me the actual effect of all of the good stuff you've done?
Hometown. Tougher laws here in Manatee County in the state of Florida for cyber stalking.
Whoa! You are going to get yourself locked up. You want tougher laws? Look at Molly's face. Oh, Molly's like, uh-oh. I'm glad I'm not in Florida. Molly's like, Betty, we have to talk about that one after the stream, okay? You have to go for lax laws for cyber stalking, Betty. Look, what are you trying to do? You trying to destroy my channel, Betty? That's all I do when I get mad at somebody is cyber stalk them. What do you mean you want tougher laws?
We are going.
Molly's, look, she got worried. She's worried.
I'm going to be working with my legislature on.
You're going to work with your legislator. So you're actively speaking to them and working with them. You're not just lying. You're not just bullshit bettying this, right? This isn't you just talking out your ass. You're going to work with I'm going to work with the legislator. It's like I get called out for faking audio. So now I'm going to sit for 20 minutes and tell people that I'm going to work with politicians. Great tactic. I almost said Molly. Betty, great tactic.
The centralized database for our children, for the welfare system.
Here we go again with the freaking kids, man.
And I had a third priority. The sex trafficking is my third priority for 2023.
Okay, can you tell us how you're going to do anything to positively affect those things? How? Are you going to create a lobby where you actually push and pay a lawyer to help come up with a stricter law and help getting it put in to hopefully become a bill and go through the process? You know, I watched that whole thing, you know, a bill's a bill from, you know, the 60s or whatever, that little cartoon. So I know that a bill and a law and all that, right? Are you really doing something?
Schoolhouse Rocks.
Yeah, Schoolhouse Rocks. Thank you. Or are you just gonna go yell at politicians? Are you gonna stand at a pedestal and go, here, I'll have to show you. I got to show you. I have to. Because you guys, if you haven't seen this, it's hilarious. Okay, BullHorn Betty City Council. BullHorn Betty City Council. Let's see if I can find this here. I've seen it somewhere. Somebody had it uploaded. She's at. Cherie, do you know where it is? Can you put it in general? Do you know where that video you showed me of Betty at the city council meeting? Because Betty goes to these city council meetings and she says things, and the speeches are really kind of funny. Okay, we'll find it and get it for you. Just give us a second.
Now,
Heels in the Air has it? Okay, let me go to Heel. Yeah, that's where I saw it, I bet. Yeah, I'm almost positive I saw it on Heels in the Air. Oh, here we go. Here we go. And hey, guys, look. I'm going to share. I think I got about an hour left to stream tonight. I'm going to be sharing my PayPal and Cash App in the chat. And all I ask is that you consider supporting our show. Completely optional. All that. Thank you to Janie and Cherie for the gifted memberships, and to anyone else that donated tonight. But, you know, I'm just going to be sharing it until the end of the stream, just so you know.
Anyone else from the audience would like to come forward? So to be clear, we cannot pass time onward. So you'll just have 3 minutes, ma'am, but please stay.
Okay, so here's why I said that for those of you that don't know about Betty. And I decided in finding this video a while ago, couple weeks ago, I don't know, that I would actually take a look and see what it is that Betty's trying to do. And I asked myself before hitting play, and it's the same thing I'm going to ask you to ask yourself. Does she say anything? Is she just getting up there and yapping? Is she actually proposing something that will have an effect on what she says? Or is she just saying keywords? Is she just trying to seem smart? Is she just trying to look like an activist? Or is she actually behaving like an adult would and not wasting their time and preparing what she's going to say and being ready? Ask yourself as you hear this, okay?
Say your first name.
Heels in the Air is the best. I love them. I'm addicted.
Your last
I can
name,
talk.
your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County resident. So now that I know that this monument is coming up, I got a lot to say about it. Like, it should never have been removed to begin with. And, you know, of all people, Black Lives Matter. I mean, they've been a very violent organization that we've seen for quite some time. To bow down to them.
Okay, so here's a little bit of advice, regardless of where you sit politically, because I don't completely disagree with everything that comes out of her mouth, and I definitely don't agree with just about anything that comes out of her mouth. But look, here's what you'll do. When you bring up a point, have supporting facts that you list next to it. The major point here is you've made a claim. You've said that BLM is this. And whether I agree with you or not is my own political view, and so I'm not going to tell you it. But what you do after that is you present why. List exactly where they can find what happened to bolster what you're saying. Because I'm sorry, unless you've actually gone in and looked at the big picture and know what one argument versus the other argument is, which I don't think a lot of people do, most people are going to think you're full of shit. But again, I don't disagree with her. She's referencing where BLM's the person in charge and many of the people in charge bought a bunch of really expensive mansions that they live in and spent a bunch of money and aren't tracking their money. And whether or not you agree or disagree with that political movement, she still should present the information in a way that actually bolsters what she's doing.
I think it was more for power, just to see how far they could push, what they could make county, you know, because this was happening all over the country, not just here. But it needs to be put back in its rightful spot.
So if I actually take what you've just said to the city, you made a claim that an organization is doing something and then said they need to go. That's all you've said so far. And I honestly, if I don't know what you're talking about, I would just think you're lying.
I am a generational here. This is a town that my family helped build. And whatever comes of our history is what it is. And
your family helped build, okay? So, you know, I could say a lot in referring to you constantly trying to run into people's back doors, punch people in the teeth, and choke them out. I'll just defer right now.
And it doesn't mean that.
Thank you, Jessica. Debate and Argumentation 101. Jessica just said it in the chat. There you go. Right? You gotta assume the people you're talking to don't completely agree with you.
We need to be disrespecting our heritage and our history to the likes.
So do I think that we should be tearing down statues? If you watch UNIROCK 2 when I go live there, I am against that. I'm against tearing down statues like they have. But I don't, if I take what she's saying, I think she's made a horrible argument.
BLM. So I hope that is, you know, you guys move forward with putting it back where it belongs, where it should have been, where it should never have been removed from. And we touched a little bit in the earlier part of this meeting about the road.
Jesus Christ.
What I was saying is to go up here and seen by them over and on his family. And it is a big problem here. It ain't for this county, Florida.
From the public would like to.
Okay, here's the next one. So this is the one, this is a better one for you to hear because it's not too politically charged.
Come forward to speak.
Of course, there's someone that would like to speak.
Oh, yes, of course, there's someone there that wants to speak.
Been a while, so please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence.
Now, I want you to listen to how she addresses herself in front of the group.
And you have 3 minutes.
I'm allowed to use a different name.
Am I allowed to use a different name? Ha ha ha. I don't want to tell you my real name. Ha 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 ha. It's very strange. I'll just say that.
Okay, Andra, Manatee County. Happy New Year to everybody. This is my, am I live?
I don't even think she just said her name.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County.
Okay, there you go. You're acting like they know who you are. They're acting like anyone knows you or knows who you are.
Did I get it? Okay.
Did I say my name? I did? Okay. You've already kind of, you know, delegitimized yourself by having to ask if you said your name right or not, but I'm just saying.
This is the first time I've been here physically in a while. I just want to thank and congratulate.
Okay, so she's going to go with the kiss the bum tactic. She's going to try and butter up the people listening to her this time.
Amy, Jason, and Mike for winning your election. And I would like to take a moment just to speak and just to say, you know, thank you to all you guys for standing up for us. A lot of you guys are here because of the rogue board we had before. And just want to thank you for that. As far as
Okay, so basically she just said that the board that was there before them were bad guys, and you guys won your election, and you're the good guys, and I'm kissing your butt.
The legislation or the legislative priorities for this county.
Okay, legislative priorities for the county.
I do agree that we need to look at lobbyists. 1998 are crazy. Yes, our needs have definitely changed. But there's a couple things that aren't on your priorities. And I'm going to be meeting with you guys this year on cyber stalking.
Okay. Betty had the nerve to go to the city council and say that a priority should be cyber stalking. Okay. And some of you that are watching, you know that I haven't talked about Betty much, just a few streams. So you might kind of be like, why does that matter? Why are you shocked, Uni? Because she's an abhorrent doxer. She stalks and doxes and threatens and files lawsuits and just acts in very nasty ways towards people that infringe upon those people's rights to privacy, their rights to speech, their rights to give an opinion. I'll give an example. I'll do exactly what I criticized Betty for not doing in her speeches here. I will do in my speech right now. I will defer you to the example of Toasty, Burnt Toast, a YouTuber who criticized Molly and Betty and got their attention until they doxed her and went after her and just treated her like shit. And if you've seen the things that Molly does, I have noticed through watching what she's done she's had to delete videos. You know, it's well known what she did to Toast, Burnt Toast. You want to add anything on the whole Burnt Toast thing, Navy? I don't know if you know more than I do, but I do know.
I don't know more, but it's just sad. Like that's the way that they try to censor people that criticize them and don't agree with them, is they threaten them with legal action and all this kind of stuff, or they sue them, or whatever. And it's just it's really telling, because it means that you can't defend your position. If someone criticizes you, and you come back and defend your position, you do it. You don't get all your fifis hurt and then decide you're going to come at them real life, right? But they do this all the time.
Exactly. And the thing is, the way if you watch Toast's streams, which I've done, you notice that Toasty went live, reacted to what they were saying and doing, criticized them, laughed at them, was very highly supported, was very highly, got a lot of views, got a lot of subs, was very loved across the communities. And they were the only people that really did have an issue with Toasty, because of course Toasty was criticizing them, which is just crazy. It's just insane. If you have an issue with Toast's allowed, when you post public stuff, if you post Toasty or anyone else is allowed to take what you've posted and criticize it and discuss it if they do it properly. Toasty did it properly. They unashamedly doxed the living hell out of Toast, and I'll never forgive him for it. But it's just insane to hear her stand in front of the city council and say that cyber stalking needs to be on the list of priorities for litigation in their county, knowing that she, doxing Toasty, she had to cyber stalk Toasty, she had to violate Toasty's privacy, violate Toasty's rights, and it's just nuts. And one of the main things that she was mad at Toast for doing was posting her 42, her record that had 42 violations. I don't know what word to use in it. And like I've seen, because again, there are people that follow Betty, and when she does get nasty with someone, they'll make sure that person knows they're dealing with a very violent person. Someone who has these charges that is just shocking to read, that she did this to someone else and the way she did it, and then puts herself up not that long later with violent anger issues into public and injects herself into the topics that she covers. It's very crazy because she could snap at any time. She still has a very horrible anger issue. And I know I'm repeating some of the things I say when I commentate on her, but I think people need to know this. People need to know that the issue Burnt Toast had with her was not some flippant issue. It wasn't just some throwaway issue. It was a real and valid criticism. It should have been listened to by Betty. She should have taken Toast's criticism to heart, and then she probably wouldn't be making all the mistakes she's been making. Now,
there's been a lot that has gone on this last year with me personally, and
oh yeah, see, very narcissistic. You know, when you go to make legislative changes, you typically want to do it because of the area you're in. But you can tell that you're motivated, Betty, because you're mad that someone, quote unquote, cyber stalked you. But again, if you're willing to use cyber stalking against people, how do you even think it's bad? Like, you shouldn't be thinking it's bad. Are you advocating that people should be allowed to cyber stalk? Is that what you're advocating for? Because it's like it'd be like if you advocated against people choking other people to death, right? It's why it's so extreme to see you protesting at all of these vicious crimes, because you yourself almost killed somebody by choking them out after pummeling them very violently, and then you threatened to kill the police officers that showed up on the scene to arrest you. And so when we see you then at a crime scene and hovering around these places, it's very creepy. It's very weird.
I'm not going to go into.
Are you watching the chat at all? I'm going back and forth. I do look. It's just, you know, in between talking.
Because I know this is specific for the agenda items, but this is definitely a personal item for me, and I will be addressing with you guys, each and every one of you.
Each and every one of you addressing with you guys. Personal item. Huh, sounds pretty selfish.
Need for tougher laws for adults. And with that, congratulations. We'll see.
Is this how she got her bad back? Strangling takes a toll on you. You know, I wouldn't believe a single thing that comes out of her mouth. I don't even think that she hovers around the crimes that she hovers around for the reason that she tells us. After reading what she's done to people, I just don't know how. You know, let's say that I had gotten so angry that I had done that to someone else, okay? Let's say that I had gotten angry and done that to someone else. I don't know how I would be able to go and travel around to someone's crime scene and just kind of bathe around staring at it like she does, right? Wouldn't it remind her of the times that she's almost done it to someone? Wouldn't it be a little bit traumatic? Like, it's. And then, do you remember when she was playing that audio? She had no reaction. She said that she was convinced it was real. It's really the audio, remember? This is really the audio from that night. But she wasn't sad about it. She wasn't affected by it, right? It's one of the reasons why I felt she could have known the entire time that it was fake and faked it herself, like taken audio she knew was fake and put it on her channel and told people it was real. Because if you know it's not real, then you're not going to have an emotional reaction to hearing what you're hearing. If you do know it's real, then you would have that emotional reaction. But anyway.
We'll see you at 1:30.
This is one of the county commissioners.
Right fast, sorry. Mona Lisa wanted to put out that Toast wasn't doxxed by BHB. BHB doxxed somebody else and claimed it was Toast.
Well, you're right, but she was doxing Toast. She was seeking Toast's private info, harassing Toast. You know what I'm saying? And she did end up doxing some poor person, but she's still doxing Toast. Remember, doxing is not just putting out the information. The main critical part of doxing is the maliciousness. It's the thing you're trying to do to intimidate. It's the thing you're trying to do to harass. You want the person to think that if they keep talking about you, they're going to experience the negative impact of doxing in some way. And then you hope that maliciousness, that the negativity affects them into not continuing to criticize you or laugh at you, right? So her seeking Toast's, we factually know she was seeking Toast's information. She thought she had it. She put it out. Whether she got the right person or not, the only thing stopping her from dumping Toast's private information at any time is the fact that she doesn't have it. The minute she would have got her hands on Toast's personal information, she would have thrown it out. So it does put into the back of Toasty's mind that at any time she could have this done to her. And then when she's streaming, she can have them trying to SWAT, trying to mess with them, right? So, you know, it's that entire, the entire weight of the harassment, of the stalking. It's all of the things Betty has to do to try and find Toast's details, to try and intimidate Toast. That is the body of the doxing. It's the body of the criticism, right?
Kevin Van Ostenbridge, I'm sorry, that Andra threatened to burn his house down with her platform. She was really, really mad.
He is a despicable person, a little man problem. Another one of them. Another one of them. I think it's time for us to go to his house and protest.
Say that again, Mrs. Cyber Stalking Advocate.
One of them. I think it's time for us to go to his house and protest.
You're mad at someone, this man, and it's time for you to go to his house and protest. You're a stalker. You are a cyber stalker. You are a harasser. You're just literally wielding your platform that you try to fool people into believing is built to protest for these kind of societal or community changes, but you will wield it to harass Toasty or harass a person, this man you're mad at, or someone else you're mad at.
Kevin Van Ostenbridge, you are making me sick to my stomach. I have to tell you that.
No one cares if you're sick to your stomach. You aren't special. You're not entitled. We don't give a shit. You get sick to your stomach. What do you think that choking someone out and punching their teeth loose isn't make people sick to their stomach? You don't give a shit.
You are absolutely, without a doubt, making me sick to my stomach. What the hell happened to you?
Yeah, pretty Karen-y too.
I will use my platform to burn your house completely down if need be.
See, and you got to remember, she just said she will use her platform to protest at his house physically. And then she said she'll use her platform to burn his house down. What was it now? Let's get the right words.
I will use my platform to burn your house completely down if need be.
Completely down if need be. She is a harasser, a stalker. When you criticize her online, when you upset her, she tries to intimidate, uses words to intimidate. She will use the seeking out of your private information or where you are, violate that right to privacy in order to try and harass you. If that doesn't work, she'll want to physically go to where you're at. Now, do you recall not that long ago when Molly was angry over getting Letitia getting exposed for improperly collecting money in her non-legal son's, how do you say it? She legally separated him as her son, so he wasn't legally her son, shouldn't have collected the money. You know what I'm saying? But she was exposed for collecting that money improperly. Molly got mad and wanted to do all of these same things to anyone that asked for a refund. She wanted to violate their privacy. She wanted to shame their homes once she found out where they were and got pictures of their homes. She uploaded a person's home to the front of her thumbnail of a video and then insulted that person for the stream. You know, these people stick together and click together and manipulate information together in the same way that they dox together, the same way that they handle criticism together. There's a reason they link up. It's because they all work together to do what they do. Betty is one of the internal members of Molly's little dox force, harassment force, and vice versa. And when Molly has a problem, she knows Betty can help her. When Betty has a problem, she knows Molly can help her, right?
Vanessa doesn't need to be removed, you do. You have lost your damn mind. Sorry, guys. Just thought I'd throw that out.
Sorry, I just thought I'd throw that. Well, I'm really glad you threw that out. I know that you delete the stuff like this that you post. I know that now that you're trying to pretend to take your channel seriously, you really regret all of this. And you thought that by clicking the delete button on your channel, this stuff would just go away, and then you could pretend to be a reporter. And just like if you went and tried to apply to become a reporter at a news station, even the lowest level job you could get, and try to work your way up to being a reporter, you wouldn't be able to get the lowest level job because of how you act in person and harm other people. That record that you have of assaulting those people and trying to choke them to death and all that will stop you from getting a job, right? Well, just like that happens in the real world when you try to get a job as a reporter, when you try to LARP as a reporter online, your video clips are going to stop you from LARPing online as a reporter. You will get criticized by people like myself and many others. And when you try to then go to your channel and pretend to be a reporter, these clips will expose what you really are, just like your record exposes the same thing in real life.
They have no idea what I'm capable of.
No, I think we all know what you're capable of. The worst things. That's why we don't like Brian Koberger. That's why we don't like the people that are involved with these stories. They all went to that level and became capable of doing that to people. And that's why we have a disdain for them. You yourself also have gone very close to that. That dude that you did that to could just as well be dead. It's a fact. Now, if you would have caved in that windpipe, you were choking him and all that, and he almost died and everything. And if you would have just squeezed the tiniest bit harder and you would have crushed that trachea, you would have been in prison right now too. So the thing is, there is such a level of anger and such a level of insanity. You guys have been doing this for so long. I almost can't fathom what it was like for some people like Toast and others who criticized you guys initially when you first showed up, or when people first got wind of what you were doing, because, you know, they go in and start criticizing you on the internet. They don't think that they're going to find this giant body of insanity behind what you're doing. They don't think they're going to find hypocrisy that goes down to the base level, but it is there. You are an embodiment of that hypocrisy to the base level.
Kevin Van Ostenbridge, if you really want to start this crap, you're going to have to deal with me, and you do not.
Why did you just say his full legal name, by the way? Why did you just say his full legal name?
Not want to start this fight with me, buddy.
Nobody's going to fight with you. Nobody's cringy enough to sit on the internet and threaten you or fight with you or care. That your power is fake. Your power is not real. This little keyboard warrior threatening people and you know, doxing people and stalking people is not a real power. It is equivalent to being on a playground and trying to bully another kid, right? That all that kid has to do is let the other kids know what you're doing, or tell the teacher or something, right? And you know, you're an adult now, and somehow you still have the mindset to sit on the BullHorn Betty channel on January 7th of 2022. For God's sakes, this is not years ago where you have changed. This is not that old. This is literally very recent. How are you reporting on the Idaho situation? How are you on the ground giving information when you are a keyboard warrior internet troll? Is that what you think those people on fucking... You think Brian Inton is sitting there doing this kind of shit in his spare time? He's not. That's why we watch him. That's why he has a reputation. That's why he's not looked at like you are. You know, your record wouldn't even apply to the criticism here if it wasn't for all of this, because this is such a small portion of the amount of doxing, threatening, harassing you do online. So the fact that you, some years ago, choked that guy and almost killed him and punched his teeth loose and then threatened to kill the cop and all that garbage, right, wouldn't be brought up now if it wasn't for the fact that you threatened to take your angry angry kind of like your anger problems that in real life literally will equate to people being very badly hurt by you. And when you get on the internet and you threaten to go to them and burn their houses down and do all the stuff you threaten, you are dangerous. You could, while you're out there protesting, they could maybe go out to their car not knowing you're there. You could see them, run at them and choke them like you did that guy not that long ago. People can't say in this situation, when we do these criticisms on other people who dox, we'll go with the fraud raiser ring from a while back, right? We were dealing with those people doxing and harassing people all the time, but there was a defense from some of their supporters. Some of their supporters were saying, "Oh, come on, they're just trolling. They're not going to really do anything. They're just they're just acting. They're just playing a role." You know, if you ever bumped into that guy in person, you know, he would pee his pants and run away. He's such a little, you know, baby or whatever. That was literally a response when dealing with the fraud raiser rings, with Red's rhetoric and all those people, right? With Betty, though, you have to imagine you could get very seriously injured if she decided to try and pursue you in real life, because she has done that to people before, right? Follow me? So if you combine, this is a woman who has came extremely close to killing a man, felony, whatever it was, assault or whatever. And she is on the internet threatening to pursue people in real life. So those people do have to say to themselves, is she going to try to choke me like she did that guy? Is she going to try to beat me up and break my teeth and do all this stuff like she's done other people? You can't say that it's something you don't have to worry about. Well, has she done it before? Yes. How prolific is her record? 42. Is it recent? Yes. And she's threatening to come after you? Yes. So you've got a literal dangerous person threatening to come after you when she does this. Take away all the doxing. Just imagine that she's reporting on true crime. No criticism. Imagine she's not lying. Imagine she's not stalking people. Imagine she's not going to the scene. No issue. Right? Follow me? I mean, there's still going to be an issue, but not a great issue.
You do not want to start this fight.
You know, whatever. We didn't. It's not like we still think about it or anything.
Great video. Great video. I got to remember that's there. I'm going to need that for a video I'm making here. Let me put that in my, let's see here. I want to put end of this video.
Demetrius Corey Carter says, "Hey, Rock, how are you doing?"
Pretty good. Pretty good. Good to see. Oh, shit. All right. We got a few other things to look at, but I kind of want to just read what you guys are saying in the chat. I want to know what you think. What do you think? Let me ask you guys in a poll, because let's try to be fair to Betty here. Should BullHorn Betty's doxing victims have to worry about her physically violent past? Yes or no? I'm going to ask you in the chat. I want to know what you guys think. Because personally, Navy, I want to get your thoughts. Isn't it? It's dangerous when you've got some little weasel doxing people like crazy on the internet because they get mad over criticism. But if you found out that weasel has almost killed people by getting physically violent with them and had to be, locked up for it, doesn't that escalate the situation?
100%. No, 100%, because this person, there's different levels to go in real life, right? And one of them, like the very beginning level of it, is the doxing aspect, right? Where you get this person's information and then you put it out there so that people will harass them. If you know that this person's willing to take it to the next level, then yeah, it's even worse. Like that's one of those things where you're like, getting like legal protection, you're ready to go, because It's not just going to be, you know, a doxing or a lawsuit or whatever. It's going to be this person who loves to travel around the country, right? Because her subs will pay for it. We'll figure out a way, possibly, to come visit you, be in your area. So yeah, you have to be very careful with people like that. They're violent and dangerous.
Isn't that why when Betty did attack and maim that person, isn't that why it's on her record in the way it is so that if she does start to threaten to hunt people down in real life, I just played video clips of her doing it. You can't say it's not true. This is literally recent. You can't say it's not recent. You can't say she doesn't do it. Okay? Sorry, talking to the haters out there. Definitely. You know, I wonder sometimes when I see people try to defend Betty, which is very rare. They're almost always anonymous accounts. But when people do try to defend Betty, I wonder if they even know about her past. You know? Because there's no way that any human being would be okay with someone that has a record for violently beating people and choking them almost to death till they've lost consciousness and shit. And she lets go, and then, like, I won't describe all the stuff that happened after, but, you know, they come back after she lets go of their neck. And there has to be... The people who defend her would not want a person who had done that stuff threatening to seek them out physically in real life. They wouldn't want it. It's just insane. Nuts. So this is like, you know, I don't like this. You know, when I stumbled upon Betty in the Gabby Petito situation, it was because she forced herself into the news on it. I'm sorry, Molly. And we talked about Molly, and then all that time later, we were told about the fraud raiser, Letitia's fraud raiser, because we have a history of busting fraud raisers. I never imagined that it would lead to one of Molly's right-hand people, you know, being a literal abuser. I mean, what do I call her? Like, how do you describe her based off of her habits? What is it? A thug? Is it a abuser? What do you call her? I don't.
Both. It's yeah, because she's a thug because she doesn't like what you say, so she's going to physically come at you, and then go online and try and abuse you online, right? Doxing, whatever, and use the court system to abuse you. Yeah.
Strangler. Melody says strangler. 93% yes, 6% no out of 50 votes. So that's like 2 trolls voting no, or maybe 2 accidental votes. Okay, because literally it's a literal fact that if somebody has violently almost killed people, and then that same person threatens to find you in real life and seek you out, yes, you should actually have to worry about their violent past in that situation. It's just a fact. But yeah, she's a strangler. We can say she's a strangler factually, an abuser factually. And isn't it relevant to bring that up? It's not even just that she's on the scene reporting play. Like, you know, I think isn't there a reason that why is it that the news doesn't hire physically violent stranglers and abusers to be reporters? What would your answer be to that question?
Because they don't want to get sued. They don't want these problems.
They don't want that reporter to go off and beat the hell out of somebody, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That would be the reason. I mean, play along for 2 seconds. That would be the literal reason. You've got an on-the-field reporter. They've got 10 people to choose from, and one of them has an extremely violent past. They have these felonies of strangulation and beating people. You don't hire that one so that they don't have an angry fit in the field one day and attack somebody. Okay. Isn't that why we should have a problem with Betty constantly traveling to the scenes of these kind of crimes and reporting, or not? And this is a legit question.
Well, we do, because the thing, so, okay. The thing is, one thing we know about the way that they quote unquote protest, right, is that they put themselves in situations where they are instigating issues with the surrounding people, right?
Yeah.
Not only with the cops, but with the residents and all this kind of stuff, because like the cops said when all this stuff was happening in I think it was Georgia, they're like, it's one thing if you want to come protest the police station because you think we're not doing a good enough job. Fine, come do that. It's your right to do it, right? But harassing people in a residential neighborhood is different, and that is what they enjoy doing. She loves these confrontations. She is waiting for her to be out there with that dumbass bullhorn for someone to come up and be like, "Hey, can you do me a favor and shut up?" And then she's going to start a fight because that's what she lives off of, right?
And one of the people at one of her recent protests, at one of them, there was already a violent altercation where a protester showed up to protest the protesters with a bullhorn, and one of the protesters that were there with Betty tried to violently rip it out of their hand. So physical situations happen where she goes to protest, and it's literally an inevitability, right? That, in fact, I wouldn't even call it, I would say it already happened, that Betty has had to put her anger in check at a protest to stop herself from going off on someone. That is real. That is truthful, right? Follow me? Like,
yeah.
When Betty was standing in manure and fish guts, do you really think she didn't think about, you know, going after the woman who put the fish guts there? I'm sure she did.
Well, so, Peggy says she joked in Georgia, in her Georgia video, that she hadn't strangled someone in a while and that she was looking to strangle somebody.
You got to be fucking kidding me. So she literally doesn't even care. Like, she doesn't even give a shit about other people. You know, one thing about respect, or one thing about reporters, they understand that they're going into someone else's neighborhood, that they're interrupting someone else's life, right? And when reporters go in, they know they're going to sometimes encounter unhappy residents. So she should already be primed for that and never making statements like that, never instigating. If you look at her behavior at the protests, her behavior is violent. Have you ever seen her yelling in one of those bullhorns? Have you ever seen Molly yelling in one? Oh, yeah. They look like they're about to go off and start flailing their arms around and kicking and screaming like infants, right? So, I mean, I shouldn't have to say this out loud, but it's true. In Idaho, she spit at a guy, says Rachel Wolf. Exactly. And the man said, "You just spit at me." And then she goes, "I didn't spit at you," because she knew that the camera was far away, right? And I'm pretty sure she was standing so that she was facing away from the camera. Y'all, listen to me now. It's me, UNIRock. I do the show a lot. I'm not Betty. I'm not Molly. I don't get a lot of donos, okay? So I'm going to share my link. If you want to support us, it's paypal.me/UNIRock or $UNIRACHEL. I want to make sure I say that right because I mess it up. I'm putting the link in the chat. Whether you want to support us a tiny bit, whether you want to give us something else, that'd be nice. But it's completely optional. It just goes to help us do the show. So I do share it when I need to share it, obviously. Not required. Had to get that out. You know, because, and I bring up everything I just brought up, Navy, after seeing what we played, just to let's give everybody a little context. I played Betty just at the time, it was like 30 minutes before I said it. She was talking and a person in the chat criticized her and she got angry and started to laugh at them and started to yell at them and went off. And that's when she started to go on a rant because she can't control her anger. She can't control herself. And she went on a rant, and it eventually led to her saying, well, you know, I'm going to be going in legislation and trying and all this bullshit that she spits out of her mouth. When she goes too far with her anger, she tries to counter it by bragging about how she's going to change the law, and she's going to, because she thinks it makes her look good. She tries to overinflate good things she's doing after her anger comes out. And that's why I played the Heels in the Air video of Betty, you know, just bloviating in front of the, hey, Hope says, I'm so glad for the longer stream tonight. I have missed them. Thank you. You're welcome. I know, and I haven't been doing the longer ones lately because of the editing. I'll have a new video up for you tomorrow. Don't count on it, but it should happen 100%. I could have uploaded it today. I want to finish it, though. I want to get one up every other day at least on UNIRock too, then try to move to every day. So I'm getting there. I'm getting them more frequent. But just keep an eye out for me. No, but thank you. You know, I'd love to be live 8 hours like I used to, every day 8 hours or something. It's just that it's not realistic for my channel growth and stuff. I got to start making those types of decisions to get my channels growing again, you know? So I need to upload daily and I need to stream a shorter amount of time because it helps with channel growth and new viewership. But once we get the new viewership in, once we have a few months of us pumping it out and we get another good new base of people, I'll start doing longer streams more often, you know? But thank you for coming. I listen to you guys, right? I want to counter the amount of time we spend doing these things to the amount of information we have. And right now, I could literally pull up like 7 other YouTubers that do exactly what these 3 do and break down their stuff. But we're going to actually try to, you know, do it to a more controlled way instead of a more looser way. Hopefully it'll work. I'm trying, man. But that's why I brought up the Heels in the Air video, showing her at the bloviating at the political, at the city council meeting, because I wanted to criticize her. Hopefully she would hear it and say to herself, you know what? That's a good point. I probably should write out what I'm going to say, or at least write notes. Wicked says, I'm still waiting for these two to realize that the TC community is not creating crimes. Shake my head. The true crime community doesn't create crimes. Exactly. Exactly. You know? That's why I have such an issue with them judging. I know everybody is judging in their mind the 2 witnesses who lived through. Like, I'll get real with you for a second. I know we will judge them, but I think as good people, we should judge them non-publicly until more information comes out, right? To try and be, you know, to have a care for what they went through, at least initially. That's what I'm trying to push for. So that if we need to criticize them later, we can. And I think that is what being a good kind of like a good way to handle it, trying to be a good person and understanding they didn't cause this. They didn't know what they were doing, right? I think that's why they don't care, because they just want to jump straight to it. But you know what? I would like to hear where she goes. I know I'm kind of stretching it out because I was going to end the stream. I don't have to end the stream until, you know, I get distracted. So I'm going to run right up until I have to end. So let's keep hearing what they're saying, keep commentating, and we'll see what happens.
2 on the bottom, the centralized program, that's going to be about a 5 or 10 year commitment, along with the sex trafficking initiatives, because it costs.
Okay, can you go to your channel? Is she going to say that it costs money? Let's see what you've got written up, and let's see what you've done for these sex initiatives. I don't want to say the other word. And for your legislative changes, because you're either just bullshitting and talking, or you actually have something tangible. Do you think she has papers written up, Navy, for changes that she wants to enact and specific things she wants to do, or do you think she's just bloviating?
I think she's bloviating. I think it's exactly what she does all the time.
Marty, you didn't miss a rocks payout. I haven't done one yet. Let me go ahead and pay out some rocks.
Cost our government money. When it costs our government lots of money, it takes a long time.
Wow.
It costs the government money. So basically, Betty, what you're saying is that you think they're not doing enough to handle it. Okay, I probably could agree with you. We could always do more to fight against trafficking and stuff like that. But the hardest thing would be to propose changes that would be positive or that would help. So why is it you haven't told us that yet? You could at least reference them. If you guys want rocks, I'm giving away 250,000 free rocks, okay? 250,000 free rocks. And if you want them, you got to type or emoji in the chat to get them.
Oh.
But I am working in every single county and state that I go into from here on out. I plan on sitting down and meeting.
See, she just said from here on out, I'm going to work in every county or state. That means you haven't done it yet. You're going to. So I think you're bullshitting. Number two, you're not going to work. You're just going to bitch at people and then walk out and expect them to do it. You're not going to know. You don't know what to do. You don't have the training. You don't have the information.
With the politicians to discuss those things since I'm already there.
You're going to work with the politicians to discuss those things. Number one, I don't think you'll be talking to any politicians or working with them. And the reason I think you said those things is because you don't know what you're going to specifically talk to them about.
Might as well talk to them and start planting seeds.
So you think if you just tell them that you're a hero, you just walk in, you tell them, you need to do this. Bye, you're a hero. You've done something good. It's not how it works. It's so childish. You have the most childish perception. Like, I do think your voice matters. I do think literally letting them know, writing them a letter, but you are bragging before you do it. And I think you're doing it to try and make yourself look good to the audience. Instead of you going out and doing it and then coming and telling people what you've done or tell people what you specifically plan to do, I think you got criticized, and in order to try to push back against that criticism, you laughed at them, you made fun of them, you put them down, you took the narcissistic response, and then you led into, I'm such a great person, here's what I'm going to do. And I don't think you mean a single word of it. I think it's all bloviation. You should change your name to Bloviating Betty.
Wow.
Pretty. Molly even knows you're full of shit. Molly just responded to you with a wow. That's the same wow Molly would give a 2-year-old that ran up to her and said, hey, look, I've got a truck. Wow. As she's playing on her phone. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in 12 hours. Wow. Hey, where's that chicken? Here. Wow. Help me. My diaper's full. Wow. Wow.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, and then and even Williams makes fun of you. Pretty impressive. Yeah. See? They even know what you're doing. You're just trying to sound impressive.
Oh my goodness. That's
I don't know where you get all this energy from. The mental energy.
Yeah, because it's all mental. There's literally no realness to it. Where do you get the mental energy to make all this up?
The physical, it doesn't take much gas to move that little frame of yours. But
yeah.
the mental energy.
I don't know. You'd be surprised how much gas it takes to move that ass.
Things, it's just one of those things. You got to do it. If there's.
It's just one of those things. I have to be a good person. Don't listen to the trolls who warn you about all the people I dox and threaten. Don't listen to the trolls that warn you about my violent record that I could enact upon someone after I dox them and stalk them. Don't listen to the trolls that are trying to criticize us and give us good criticism so that we can stop being shitheads. Listen to me. I'm a good person. Politics, helping politics, children need help. Yay! Betty's a good person. She said things.
Nobody is going to do this stuff unless they're forced to do it, and nobody's lived this shit like we've lived this shit.
No. Actually, yes. Many people have way worse lives than you spoiled Karens. See? There you go. Nobody has it worse than we do. What?
Let me correct her right fast. It's not no one's lived this shit like they have. No one's caused this much shit like they have.
Nobody exploits as many people as they have because people don't want to go to hell. They don't want to be a bad person when they die. So they don't go out and pretend like you guys do, right? People that actually are doing the things you claim to be doing, it's a full-time job and they're out doing it. They don't get thanked. And instead, you don't even do it. You don't even do the things you claim to do. But then you receive not just the thanks that other people don't get for actually doing it, but you then expect to be paid for it. And in the least, the only thing you guys should ever be paid for, and this is why I say you're grifting. I expect you to make money if you're going to put on a show and people like it and they want to donate to it. But you don't present what you're doing as a show. You present it as you're the heroes of politics, you're the heroes of the news, you're the heroes of the true crime. No one has it as bad as us. How? How? People on the internet have been fooled into giving you lots of money because they think you're going to get justice or solve a big problem, right? And they throw money at all three of you. So how do you have it bad? I'm not going to say I got it bad right now. I've had it bad in the past. I don't have it bad right now at all. Unlike you guys, though, I actually try to put on this show. And when I tell my audience, like, yo, you know, you're supporting my show and you donate, it doesn't add the weight that you guys add by lying about what you're doing and blowing it up into massive proportions to get those people to donate. Somebody, who was I talking to earlier? I think it was Irish. And she said that one of the biggest problems these people have is that they have people that watch them on disability, and they have people that are on limited incomes, and they've just stumbled into the platforms. They've just found YouTube. They don't really know much about fact checking on the internet. They don't even know much about the internet, and they really do believe these people, and they really throw them money thinking that they're actually doing those things. They don't know anything about the bad parts of these people that they fund. So I do agree with Irish in saying that, and that's why I hold the opinion that they are massive grifters, and it's very much in line with Darkside Phil. And we're going to start looking at Darkside Phil and a few other scammers here really soon. We're going to branch out. Maybe I'll just upload a few videos on them on rockAlot, just throw some little things up there, little clips up every once in a while, because there's a lot of grifts going on. And Irish kind of did smack me in the face, and that's why I appreciate Irish. You know, Irish is someone who's worked with Keemstar a lot and other people, and Irish found her way into my Discord server. And Irish was telling me, you know, this is what I need to do this, I need to do this. And, you know, I did take the criticism and start thinking about it. And I really do think that we need to kind of branch out a little bit and handle the other scams that are out there. You know, when one of the reasons why we were laser focused into this area was because of the fraud raiser. And that fraud raiser, we've been kind of waiting here to find out more information now that we're into the 9th of January. But like I told you guys about Letitia, it seems as if she just didn't show up because we don't have an update. At some point, we will get an update, even if she didn't show up. But my point is, I agree that we need to branch out. The reason I bring up Darkside Phil is because these other scams that are going on are very similar. Very similar. It's like, how do you describe it? You put a pressure on the audience. It's not an option to support, it's a pressure. You add weight to the support as much as you can. And again, I don't think that doing it to a minor degree is a bad thing all the time. I think it is when you exploit it. Because I think some people will be honest. You know, I need a fundraiser because I hurt myself. I need a fundraiser for this. I've never opposed those things. In fact, I've supported them. Remember when Pickle got sick? We supported that. We supported many in the past. You know, there's good ways and bad ways to do it, but so many. It's like the explosion of the internet frauds right now. I mean, Logan Paul, you saw that, didn't you? The Logan Paul scam that kind of blew up in his face.
Oh, the cryptocurrency thing? Oh, yeah, 100%. He's on stream crying now because he's pretty much destroyed himself.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He actually went to the people who lost money. Whether he's lying or not, he said he was going to help give him the money back. You know, part of it's my fault, but we really do need to start covering more and more and more scams. So audience, I know that we like laughing at these ones, but do me a solid. When you see us upload information on other scams, remember, the only way we're going to actually get a good response to stop these people and the others is to go out there and really put a lot of focus and spread around the knowledge of how people are ripping people off. If we can't get YouTube to help, if we can't get any type of response, I was about to say the police, but the police are listening. So I can't say the police. The police actually listened, and especially Idaho, you know? What we need to do is spread awareness and then keep pressing. Because every time you do that cycle of inform, you know, clip, archive, and then send the proof in, inform, clip, archive, send the proof in, every time you do that process, it's going to go bigger and bigger and bigger. And if the problem was minor, I've proven this about myself. Like, I'm going to have to like talk directly to you for a moment here. You know, my YouTube channel exposes scams. So if I talk you guys into helping me expose the scams, of course, my channel's going to get exposed a little bit too. So just hopefully showing you that I'm not doing it for selfish reasons is the fact that I have ignored many other things I could have put focus on in the past in this same way because I didn't feel it was necessary. This time I really do, and I'm not just saying this, feel like it's necessary. These scams are prolific at this point. What would you say, Navy? How do you describe just the amount of scams that are going on, the amount of people losing money to these kind of things? It's an epidemic.
It is an epidemic, and it's getting crazier as we've been around. You've been around YouTube for a long time. We've been around seeing like social media, but it's gotten worse and worse. And then you have a mixture of the different types of scams because everyone gets onto a fad like cryptocurrency, and so your favorite YouTuber is like, "Hey, do this cryptocurrency." You jump into it, and you end up losing your shirt, right? Or you have these people doing these like heartstring scams, like trying to say, "Oh, donate to this, donate to that," and it's just it's becoming an yeah. I agree, it's becoming an epidemic. Yep.
Yeah. You know, I really did think YouTube would have said something by now. In the very least, I can understand YouTube not making a judgment on their content where they're giving what they frame as facts, but then use deceptive wording to try and do their best to protect themselves. This is a thing that they do in order to avoid legal responsibility. Even if they come straight out and lie, if a minute or two later they add a little bit of context in, or 5 minutes later add a little bit of context in to what they lied about, and they change so they'll make it sound like they think both ways. They think this way, a lie, but they might think the truth too. They do that to legally protect themselves, so that YouTube legal, when they look and say, can we act upon, you know, the fact that they're exploiting these tragedies, they'll say no. Now, when I sent YouTube and Team YouTube the doxing clips from Molly and then those 5 other people, you would think in the very least they would respond, they would do something there. Now again, I got to give YouTube credit where YouTube is due. They did say that they're very busy. They will look at it, and they did ban another prolific doxer just a couple weeks ago, and that took an entire investigation, and then they banned the doxer. They need to either hire some more people or figure out how they can do this stuff quicker, because these people are living off of borrowed time. They're going out, they're doxing like crazy, threatening like crazy, and doing this stuff. They're deleting those clips, and then they're trying to bank off the fact that YouTube is so busy with so many people getting reported for this stuff that they're going to slip through the cracks. That's what they're banking off of. So I'm really losing faith in that YouTube will step in to help it all. I want to know why, and hopefully we will know why, if that's the case. One thing's for sure, though, we don't have just YouTube. That's another misconception, that we only have YouTube. We have way more than YouTube. And we have a giant community. And that community is sick and tired of this shit, man. Like, they really are sick and tired of this. Just because you yourself guard yourself from having these people like pawn you into the fraud raisers or the other type of cons that they put on. I think still we should be looking at it like there needs to be some protection for the people out there who don't have time to go deeper. Anyway, I'll stop rambling. Let's hear a little more of what they got to say before we get out of here. And I don't know why my viewer count is jacking up.
Especially the last year.
There we go.
So there's no better person to explain what we've experienced in all three of those areas.
So you're a victim, Betty. You're not a victimizer. You're not an abuser. You're a victim. You have a horrible life. You have such a hard time getting by. Everybody out there wants to see you fail. Everybody's trying to sabotage you and Molly. And you're the victims because we're all evil people that are trying to unfairly treat you. It's not the other way around at all, no.
Well, Adrian's going to be going to take the LSAT again.
Nice.
Yeah, he says he wants, if he goes to graduates and goes to that law school, guess he's going to go on the cyber law. I was like, shut your fucking mouth. He goes, I might as well.
Hold on, you just said he's going to graduate and go to law school. I thought you already said he was a lawyer or something. Maybe.
Agreed with me. I think that's receptive because what we're running into is that you really can't put a restraining order on people outside of the state of Florida. For me, for the state of Florida, you for Pennsylvania, because they're state line issues.
Why would you put a restraining order on somebody, though? Why? I don't understand. Why would you be valid to put a restraining order on somebody? Oh, thanks, K Smalls. Appreciate you. Why would you or Molly be putting... People need to put restraining orders on you guys. What are you talking about? I just played a video clip of you threatening someone, doxing someone other than Toast, and then talking about going to his home and burning his house down and everything. I just played this shit. What the hell, man? Do you really... I think... Is this why the people in their chat believe them or something? Do the people in their chat just take what they say at face value, right?
I don't want to be married to no.
It seems to be, yeah. That's 100% what happens. They just kind of believe them, and I don't know why.
Betty is talking about how she needs to put restraining orders on people. And you know she's talking about people on YouTube that are criticizing her. You know she is.
Oh, of course.
Dude, wait till I show my audience Acer Thorn, dude.
Acer and we all know, like, Daryl Frost said it best. We all know TROs can be interstate.
Oh, yeah. We've seen a million of interstate. We've seen interstate YouTube TROs. We've seen successful TROs put on Steve McRae for cyber stalking and harassing another YouTuber. So what is Betty? I think Betty's just making an excuse here. I don't even know. She hasn't even stated how she's being cyber stalked, who is cyber stalking her, or anything. Like, she...
Well, I think what it is that she's mad because she can't cyber stalk somebody and then put an RO on them, right? And so she wants to be able to cyber stalk somebody and then be able to put an RO on them. Well, and she doesn't understand why she can't do that, and it makes her sad.
I don't want to be low in my...
I think she wants to put restraining orders on her criticizers. I think that's what she wants.
Well, it's a little different once you're married to them and then they become a lawyer. It's versus them being the lawyer when you get married.
Well, I don't know where he thinks he's getting his time to go to law school. So whatever.
Well, God bless him if he does. It's hard.
Yeah, bless him if he does.
Why he's too busy having to support your dumbass on YouTube. Mm-hmm.
He's gonna go into cyber law because he knows he's gonna need to defend Molly in the near future.
But
ladies, I'm gonna go grab dinner.
Guys, we've had his tea.
Betty, I love y'all.
Big mouth of hers.
Well, you know.
Shit, I think Xana's boyfriend.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hear the brilliant commentary and we'll switch videos.
Or maybe he stopped.
Freaked out that this guy, you know, and it's sad because you saw Olivia giving Olivia is Kaylee's sister, giving an interview, and she could remember, like, they were talking about some of the pings when he was outside of their home, and she can remember talking to her sister on the phone that day, just a normal day, you know, none the wiser. And this guy.
Is she still bloviating her mouth off about the victims?
He was born.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's 28. Oh my God. She wrote it. Oh, where?
Yeah.
Oh, where's my rosary? Oh,
I was just thinking about that when we were talking about her.
I can't do it anymore, man. I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
More confession. She needs to spend more time on confession, less time on YouTube.
Oh God. All right. So let's see what happens when let's see here. Idaho. Okay, let's do Brian Koberger. Restrict it to today. Well, it worked out perfect. It worked out perfect because I do need to dip for a minute. I'll be in Discord though, if the mods are around here in just a few minutes, y'all. So I got to get out of here. What did we do for you? 4 hours? How did we just do 4 hours, bro? Holy shit, man. This was a little bit of a long stream.
I know.
Shit. All right. I got to jump, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get out. Navy, thanks, man. I'll tag you in a minute, and I'll be down in the general if you got a few minutes. So,
thanks for having me.
Anytime, every time, all the time, bro. See ya. Okay, guys, I gotta get out. I gotta go run and do a few things. So I'm gonna just share it one more time. Don't get mad at me. I have to try. I'm not like Molly and Betty and them. You know, I don't roll in the dough. So. If you can support my show, it would help immensely right around the 9th, of course, because it's, you know, that time of the month where we start to go broke, us YouTubers. I'm going to share it in the chat right now. We've got 2 ways that people have been asking to dono the most, which is most people use PayPal or Cash App. So it's if you want to support us at PayPal, first, like and subscribe and all that. Watch the show and watch the uploads. I did upload a video on UNIRock too if you haven't seen it yet. But if you want to support us on PayPal, it's paypal.me/UNIRock and Cash App $UNIRACHEL, and I just put it in the chat. For those of you that have, I'm just going to see if I can see any of it real quick. I can, it went away. I know that Janie and Cherie both gifted memberships. Thank you so much. And for those of you that sent super chats, for some reason YouTube didn't save the list. It's probably because we've been on for so long. But thank you. And I'm going to try to play our little thank you banner on the way out to thank the people who did. So that should play on the way out. And I just want to thank all of you for supporting our show. Hopefully, as we keep going, I know that towards the end of this stream, we did get a little bit off topic. It's just because we were chilling near the end of the stream. But I am attempting to give you more put together streams. More clipped down. I usually run to my stream after I'm done working on videos, and I've been actually taking a few hours to prep the streams more than I usually do. So, you know, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. And if I push this button, it should play our thank you banner. Here we go. I found it. There it is. All right. Yep. All right. Okay. We're going to go ahead and roll it. Thank you all. Appreciate you very much. I really do. Keep your heads up. I know that it seems like nothing is going to happen with the people that have been doxxed and ripped off lately. It just takes time. It's guaranteed. We've done this many times in the past. We've helped people many times in the past, and we always have a good result, okay? So just keep your heads up. Keep on chugging along and give us the time. And I do believe people that have doxed others and people that have done these things prolifically will have YouTube step in. Now, the smaller ones, maybe not. The ones that don't do it as much, maybe not. But you know what I'm saying. Thank you all. Appreciate you. And I'll see you in the next one tomorrow night here on rockAlot, hosted from UNIRock 2.